That Honorable Speaker, if we don't crack whips, some of these people are failing government. Today we had a meeting. We are going to handle case by case. And those that we find are still relevant will remain. But there are those who have made it a habit every year, year in, year out. That Honorable Speaker, allow us to do our work.
Please, please.
So I also felt like I wanted to talk about the late cow. I want to grieve like other colleagues for the loss of our brother, the late Ogwang, acting cow of Buku. Police has made some arrests, as you are aware, and they are doing investigations. And I believe we shall get the culprits this time around. Fortunately, there are some mistakes, tactical, they made. And they are clues. I got some clues that at least there is some light at the end of the tunnel. So I request that we allow police to do their work.
Thank you.
On the other hand, I wanted to appeal that moving at night, very late at night, is also dangerous for our lives.
Is the country insecure?
Colleagues, please. Right Honorable, thank you, especially on the issue of accounting officers. We are allowing you to do your work, but your ministers are inviting us into the party, into your boardrooms. So if ministers have issues, tell them to always have a meeting point and you resolve those issues without exchanging in the media. Then we shall make our work easy. So, Right Honorable, when do you think you will update this House on this matter? Because you have said you're going to handle case by case basis. We would need an update on how you've handled the matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, next Tuesday, we shall have gone through all of this and I will report to this House.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Honorable Faith Nakut.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank you for two things. One, for clarifying on issues that qualify to be matters of national importance. Last Tuesday, I had submitted this issue that is really urgent, but it got crowded out by other important policy issues which would have fitted in the Prime Minister's question time. So I thank you for that. I also wish to thank you for sending us for recess. My colleagues and I, the MPs of the Karamoja Parliamentary Group, utilized our recess well. We went to mobilize our people for peace and also for the parish development model. Unfortunately, in our movement throughout the region in Karamoja, we found out that our people were starving and literally dying. I visited some villages, Naguliangolol village, where I found a burial of a family of 3. They had all died to starvation. As of last week, by Friday, documented deaths in Napap that had been verified were 46. In Kabong, there were 189. In Moroto, there were 45. In Kotido, they exceeded 300. Yes, we acknowledge there have been responses by the Office of the Prime Minister. On the 7th of June, food was distributed in Karamoja, each district settling for 150 tons. of maize flour and beans, and was targeting the most vulnerable. Unfortunately, the quantities supplied were not reasonable to feed a family for a week. Each family went for a kilogram of beans and about 3 of posho, which you consume for a meal or 2 and get back to your level. Now, as we speak, there are thousands of people. The food security report puts people at risk at a number of 518,000 people waiting to die if no action is taken. That's why I raised this matter now. I should have raised it on the 5th. My prayers are this: that the Parliament asks the Office of the Prime Minister to find food from whichever source so that Ugandans.
Honorable Panado, you can be seated. We shall, if you.
Sure.
Honorable Prime Minister, you're going to answer. So let them. I'll give you a chance. No, Honorable Panado, please take your seat.
Thank you, Right Honorable. That the Office of the Prime Minister provides food. My colleagues and I believe that Uganda can manage to feed starving Ugandans. There are issues of procedures, of meetings, of discussions. Those can wait. Others can be handled as food is real. So any delay means lives lost. And it is a shame for a country like is for the Committee of Presidential Affairs to come and visit. Let's go to Karamoja and we see for ourselves to rule out politics, as I had seen it in the media, that some ministers were saying we were politicking. Please visit, Right Honorable, send a committee so that they see for themselves, they witness some burials of people starving to death. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Panado, I saw you. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It was good additional information. You see, my district where I come from, Uganda municipality, we are housing very many Kalimajongs from Amudat, from Moroto, from where, and the majority of them, in fact, they constitute 30% of my voters. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, the majority of them who had even gone back to check on their cows, they are dying of starvation. Some are even dying in Uganda. I've utilized all of my little money which I had to buy them food, yet the government is doing nothing, and yet it is the same government which ate their cows. Because you ate their cows, they are no longer earning a living. The little they had, they are totally starving. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I may have even got some pictures of some of my voters who are starving. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I beg to submit these pictures so that you can look at them and you develop a motherly heart for these people who are dying of starvation. Because they are real voters who vote Kaguta Museveni. They keep on putting on yellow 24/7. In fact, they put on yellow more than most of you, but they are dying of starvation. So I request Right Honorable to force development in that side of Uganda, and maybe they give them food, including my voters who are starving, who are dying of starvation, especially the Kalimajong would.
Thank you, Honorable Panado.
I beg to dispute these pictures and lay on table.
But Honorable Panado, now, anyway, clerk, receive the document. Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, because Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable.
Please, Right Honorable Minister, Prime Minister, just a minute. Honorable Panado, I need peace in the house. Honorable Panado, don't distribute documents in the house. These are days of COVID. Might be distributing COVID. Please, just keep your documents. You can share with colleagues. You access their pigeonholes. Thank you, Honorable Panado.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable colleagues, Cabinet sitting yesterday noted the concerns of our brothers and sisters in Karamoja and came up with the following proposals. One, that the Minister of Finance comes up with a budget to provide food for our brothers and sisters in Karamoja for at least 3 months, including seeds and seedlings for them to plant so that they can survive.
Colleagues,
And two,
listen, colleagues.
they directed the Prime Minister's office to provide immediately food. And I want to assure you, colleagues, that some food has gone. Over 200 metric tons of food has now left the Prime Minister's stores to Karamoja as I talk today. And the three, we want the Minister for Karamoja, my sister is here. She's going to add on what I've told you. Then three, we see how to secure, because one of the reasons why our people are not productive is because of insecurity. We continue pacifying that area so that, Honorable Speaker, protect me from Panado.
Honorable Panado. The Prime Minister is seeking for protection. Kindly. Please.
Okay. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, our people in Karamoja are our fellow Ugandans. Like I told you last Thursday, that we shall do everything within our powers to make sure that we don't lose any lives anymore. Then lastly, I want to inform my brother that government of Uganda, NRM government, has never taken even one head of cattle from Karamoja. It has never. If anything, it is the government of Uganda that is protecting our people from losing their animals. So is it in order for the young man to Thank you.
Colleagues, kindly take your seats. Take your seats. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you have been updating and meeting MPs of Karamoja regularly. I think it is important to again meet them so that you discuss the new measures and the new steps being taken. Honorable Frank Moroto. The Moroto, you see what Moroto?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you for that guidance. But however, the biggest challenge that we have as Karamoja region is we are not being listened to. Honorable Speaker, it's true, recently we received some money through the supplementary budgets, about 39 billion. And we called for a meeting as leaders of the region. We said, let us sit down and maybe agree on some of the priorities that can be able to solve some of these problems. This issue of hunger has been there for quite some time. So the biggest problem I see, and as part of the leadership of Karamoja, is lack of participation or agreement between the government and some of the leaders. They need to listen to us and they need to take advice from us. Because what we are doing by taking relief is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. It is about time that we should come up with solutions that will solve this problem. Government is losing a lot of money in purchasing this food. Why can't we put that money into the right use? If it's about mechanizing, because Karamoja has green belts, there are regions within Karamoja that can produce food, and we can create food, a food basket for the region. we can have food security. But
colleagues, I'm not opening up this matter, please. I see my time. I'm already extremely behind the schedule with you, colleagues. So, Honorable Prime Minister, meet. Honorable Frank, I don't mind. You've raised your point. We've picked it. Honorable Prime Minister, meet with the MPs from Karamoja. On Thursday with MPs from Karamoja. So, and Teso, the ones of Teso also want you, everyone wants you. So, Honorable Prime Minister, when you're coming on Thursday in your opening remarks, you can update us on what you would have done with the people. Honorable Santa Room, then we go. Yeah, Honorable Santa Room.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Prime Minister, this is also for
Right
you.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on an issue of national importance concerning scarcity of food in Oyam district. Right Honorable Speaker, our district was hit by hailstorms in many parts. I want to thank the government that it responded to some of the areas like Minakulu sub-county, but others were not responded to. Mr. Speaker, sir, now that I talk, there are very many people who are sleeping hungry because of lack of food. To the extent that the women are hit hardest. They are moving up and down, trying to look for food, which they cannot find. And the children and the elderly are almost failing even to walk. Mr. Speaker, recently we had a strike in one of our schools arising because of scarcity of food. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the office of the Prime Minister gives us food to address the issue in the short run. But as we have noted, this is not tenable. My long-term prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we don't even have seeds. The seeds that we planted all dried out because of the dry spells. And people are roaming around. We are expecting rain soon. But even if the rain comes, people will have nothing to plant. So I request that the government, through the office of the Prime Minister, provides for us seeds so that when it rains, we have something to plant. I want to thank you.
Honorable Beatrice Akori, I saw you hijacking the microphone, and Honorable Sasaga, just wait a bit.
Thank you so much,
The member is having her maiden, her maiden presentation. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I wanted to give additional information. When Honorable Nakut was giving a presentation on the issues of Karamoja, I witnessed Agago borders, Karamoja sub-region, and as I speak now, more than 2,000 Karamoja, they flee, Karamojong, they flee, and they are living in Agago. They're starving. They're dying in Agago. And in Agago, we have 9 sub-counties affected by the cattle rustlers. And those 9 sub-counties, they don't even have time to cultivate. And as a result, right now they're starving. There's no food. We are from there. So I request that the Prime Minister, we know you, we trust you, because you always give us quick response. Even in this situation, I am very sure that you're going to respond to the plight of the people of Agago, who are also starving because of lack of food.
Thank you. Colleagues, on this matter, there are MPs from areas which are affected. So I'm going to allow Honorable Isaac Atimgui. That one will handle for West Nile. Honorable Susan Amero will handle for Teso. Yeah? Yes. And then I have Honorable, please, let me, Honorable Sasaga, a procedure. Before Honorable Isaac, procedure from Honorable Sasaga.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, please, I'm allowing this because this is a very critical issue. The whole country.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of famine. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of famine cuts across the whole country. Much as Karamoja is affected, for example, if you go to Sebei, you cross to Bugisa, you come from, you cross to Langa and Bukedi, even in parts of the central here. Those who can afford, for example, where food is, there are those who cannot afford it because of the escalating prices. Then there are areas completely where food is completely not there. So all of them come to the same. Either food is there or there's no money to buy food, it comes to the same equation. Procedure, I was thinking, Right Honorable Speaker, that since it is a cat crossing issue, if we started speaking about famine now across Uganda, we shall speak until the cows come back home. Yes. Maybe the Prime Minister could come up next week comprehensively, tell this House how are they addressing it as government, the issue of famine in this country and escalating prices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Isaac, I've taken note, Honorable Sasaga, and I will give my guidance. I wanted to get members' views, then I give my guidance.
Thank you.
Otherwise, if I guide and then I give members' views, then it won't make any sense.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
For the record, Isaac Otimgiu, Badiere County, Nebi District. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank Honorable Nakut Faith for bringing this matter in light to the House, because this is actually, like my colleague just concluded, it's a national issue now. I just came back last week from Nebi as I was moving around on the PDM sensitization. And every sub-county is exactly the same problem of hunger, and no food. They are crying for seeds and everything, but there is no food. So I think that when the cabinet sits, they should not only discuss issues of one region. It is now a national problem. They all need to come with a comprehensive issue on hunger, because otherwise our population is suffering and we expect the government to give a national response. Let them send people throughout the region of this country so they can gather information. The COW sent a letter to the Prime Minister's office last month regarding the famine situation in Greater Nebi region. That one as well, we have not yet received the response. I hope the Prime Minister will respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Susanna Mera.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, like my colleagues have just said, I think the whole issue is that government should come out clearly on how they are going to intervene on the situation. Right Honorable Speaker, it is not that Karamojong are lazy or people are not planting crops. We are strongly faced by the issue of the climate change. And all along we have been discussing on issues of water for production, but we are investing a lot of money on things that don't benefit the people. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think at this time we should be thinking about how we can do irrigation so that people are in production. Otherwise, it is not only Karamoja that has the food shortage. Teso is also hit badly. As we talk, we have done everything, but the rains are not there, so we can't harvest anything. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the food we are being given, last week the Minister of Teso was telling us he's bringing 20 tons of posho. What does that do? That's not even a meal in Teso. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am just begging that let the Prime Minister sit down and look for money for every part of this country. We are constrained. Keep talking about one area. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister. Since you've already met as cabinet and you've already agreed, Honorable Boss, am I safe? I've never seen him attentive like this. And standing next to me. So yes, Right Honorable Prime Minister, since you met on Monday, like you've said, and you've agreed on measures, please on Thursday, with measures being taken to address the famine situation in the country. Now, depending on that statement, we shall determine whether we should even give it to the Committee on Presidential Affairs to go ahead and beef it up, and we make our recommendations as well. So I believe Thursday would be good, since you've already met as cabinet. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Muadankunyinji. Today, colleagues, it's my first day in the session. I'm generous. I've become generous. So please, tomorrow, don't think tomorrow will be like this. Honorable Muada.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of urgent national importance, first as the MP Chadondo East and as the Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I'm glad, Right Honorable Speaker, in your communication, you considered the plight of Uganda nationals in the diaspora. Now I rise on the matter concerning the safety of Uganda nationals caught up by the civil uprising and uncertainties in the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Right Honorable Speaker, for weeks now, international media has been reporting a civilian uprising in the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka against the ruling government and an eventual pronouncement by the government there of a pending resignation. Part of the concerns being reported, the resigning government is raising concerns of uncertain escalating, a possibility of escalating instabilities that will be created by a vacuum in government. And Right Honorable Speaker, I've received calls from a number of Uganda nationals living in Sri Lanka. We have students, we have businessmen, we have business persons, we have tourists, and some we are travelers being stranded because of some uncertainties and cancelled flights. Right Honorable Speaker, I now pray that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the government of Uganda briefs Parliament on the total number of Uganda nationals being trapped at the moment or stranded in Sri Lanka. And secondly, the measures being undertaken by Uganda government to ensure the welfare, safety, and in the event of escalation, the readiness to evacuate these Uganda nationals. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs is following up on matters which are happening in Sri Lanka very closely. We have already asked our embassy in New Delhi, which is accredited to Sri Lanka, to issue a travel advisory. That's number one. But number two, to request all Ugandans who are in Sri Lanka and also contact the consular post that we have in Sri Lanka, because we have our mission in New Delhi where Sri Lanka is accredited. We don't have a mission in Sri Lanka, but we have a consular post. Right Honorable Speaker, you will note that as government of Uganda as of now, we have not officially gotten any complaint from any Ugandan out there. However, because of the developments which are taking shape in that country, we are concerned and we have issued directives to our mission to issue travel advisory, but also to give warning to our Ugandans in that country, not to associate themselves with people who are in the civil strife in that country. And when we get the record of our...
Honorable, you don't have to insist. When you request a member...
I don't know what kind of clarity you are seeking for, because it's a question which was asked, and I'm now giving response.
Go on, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, at the earliest we get response from our mission in New Delhi, regarding the accurate numbers. We don't know the accurate numbers because you recall that Honorable Speaker that Ugandans who travel abroad, they travel in many different ways. Others go unofficially, others like Kid's State were on transit. So at the earliest we get the correct position of anybody who is distressed or those who are stranded, we shall be reporting. And that's what we are doing in the medium term.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Wasilivia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, I'm called Awad Silvia Vicky, woman MP in Nablat District. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to raise the issue of national importance on the issues that Nablatuk is undertaking. There is a disarmament going on in my district and in Karamoja at large. The people of Nablatuk were taken under cordon and search, and they have disappeared from the district. Since the 14th of June, over 400 people have disappeared. I don't know where they are. My appeal is that let the government return those people back so that we screen them. And we take them to court. Because since they were taken on the 14th of June, they have never appeared to court. I went looking for them after Mita on the 20th. I found there were 79 suspects there under remand, and most of them are below 18 years. I am requesting that let the government screen these people properly and take those children under 18 years to remand home, and also the rest be produced in court. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Oh, Minister for Karamoja. You see, Right Honorable Prime Minister, me when I call on you, you can call on any of your ministers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The matter that Honorable Awas is raising, you know, we as security embarked on the division commander. They have the list of people who are armed, and when they when they realize that somebody is in a certain area, they do cordon and search, and that is ongoing as per now, because they were instructed to ensure that there is no more insecurity in Karamoja region. So I will consult the division commander to find out how many people were arrested, and if they have not been produced to courts of law, I think that should be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Gilbert Oranya finally.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance concerning the diversion of Paris Development Model funds to the payment of the staff salaries. Right Honorable Speaker, the Paris Development Model is a new program, and it has never been kicked off completely. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are launching the Paris Development Program in my district, together with the Honorable Minister, Ilarunek, my Chief Administrative Officer of Amoro District Local Government claims that he got permission from the Permanent Secretary, Ramadan Gobi, authorizing him to use part of the Paris Development Model Fund to pay the salaries for the sub-county chiefs and the town agents. Right Honorable Speaker, this is how government programs and the funds is normally abused. Right Honorable Speaker, when we asked the Chief Administrative Officer, he confirmed and gave us the letter written by the Permanent Secretary, Ramadan Gobi, authorizing the cows to use part of Paris development money for the payment of the staff salaries. Right, Honorable Speaker, aware that district local government have their own votes for paying salaries. And this Paris Development Model Fund must not be used in the payment of the salaries of the staff. My prayer, Right, Honorable Speaker, my prayer is, Right, Honorable Speaker, money meant for Paris Development Model programs for Amuru district local government must not be diverted. And the money which was diverted by the chief administrative officer should be reimbursed. Let the money benefit our people in the parishes. The money should not be mixed in the payment of the salary. Right, Honorable Speaker, secondly, civil servants who are fond of diverting money meant for particular program should be dealt with seriously. We need a clear implementation of the government program. And we thought this Paris Development Model Fund would help our people who are deep in the parishes. Right now, we are not happy as a community of Amuru district local government. We need our fund to reach the parishes as has been designed by the government.
Thank you, Honorable. This issue, Prime Minister, before you come, Honorable Chibadia had come to me over the same. And Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same spirit, my district, Kamuli district, where the Right Honorable Rebecca Litola Kadaga comes from as the woman MP. Right Honorable, as we were closing the financial 17 million shillings had been put per parish. Recently, last week, Right Honorable, there was a meeting and the district administrator and some officials each parish now has 9 million shillings from 17. And they told them, Katak is saying 7. They told them, don't plan for 17, go and plan for 9. They even told them that your MPs have this information, so you meet them and they address you and they give you the details. Yet we don't have any information as to how the 17 million changed to 9.
You've heard it all, and it seems it's a problem in many places. You might find some go to 0.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to thank my brother Gilbert for supporting government program, especially PDM. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is true that some districts received less money last financial year. We had a number of meetings because we were not yet prepared to roll out. We agreed that that money be taken back to the center, and so that we can send it once. But some districts had already rolled out this money to the parish circles. What I want to assure this House and the country that the money that we planned for last financial year, that is the 17 million per parish, will not be diverted. It will go back to the parishes. Even that money that had not gone to the districts will be sent to the districts together with the money this quarter. This quarter. The money that has been diverted by the cow, we shall investigate. And if he is found culpable, he will be arrested. Then lastly, Not Honorable Speaker, we plan to send this money in 2 quarters, depending on the season.
This first quarter, like you have been told by the ministers, we shall send 50 million. Those districts that did not return the other money to make it 17, they will send the balance. So in this case, if each parish, like Chivalia has said, got 9 million per parish, they will send 9 million, they will send 8 million to make it 17. Then they will send the 50 in July, August, and then send 50 in January, Feb. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, Committee on Local Government, they've not given you space. No, Honorable, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Yeah, so Honorable Chair, Honorable colleagues, you talk to me when you're seated. You're still walking, you're on your journey. So, Ropa, I'll give you a chance, don't mind. Chair, Committee government get interested into this matter. For up, at a certain stage, we might require you to report to the House, but work closely with the Prime Minister because he also needs to first get information. Now, honorable colleagues, during responses to urgent questions last week, the Minister of State for Sports undertook to table the public-private partnership agreement for the redevelopment and upgrade of Nakivubo War Memorial Stadium, and therefore vary the order paper to accommodate the reading of this agreement. Honorable Minister, the procedure matters will also come.
Right Honorable Speaker, I had first of all raised on a point of procedure.
Oh, no, the one I granted, Honorable, you're laying the document on the floor. That one I will give you a chance.
Thank you. Last week on Thursday, Parliament directed the Ministry of Education and Sports to lay on table the public-private partnership agreement signed for Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium. I now beg to lay, one, the public-private partnership for the construction of a perimeter wall and lock-up shops around Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium between the trustees of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium and Enterprises Uganda Limited. This PPP was signed on the 22nd day of October 2013. Right Honorable, before I lay, I would request that for the record, because under our national constitution, you can still be held liable whether you're in office or out of office, to read those who signed in the different. Absolutely. There is a provision under the Constitution on accountability. On behalf of the trustees of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium, for this agreement of 22nd October 2013, it was signed by one, Mr. Mabirizi Godfrey, who was chairman, Board of Trustees. Two, Mr. Sembatia Eddie, vice chairman then. Three, Mr. Lubega Ivan, secretary to Board of Trustees. Four, Miss Nabukera Afisa, who was a member of the board. On the side of Ham Enterprises Uganda Limited, it was signed by Chigundu Amis, managing director, Musoke Abdu, manager operations, and Namutebi Samira. The designation is not indicated. I beg to lay.
Yeah.
The second document is addendum number 1 to the public-private partnership agreement for the redevelopment and upgrading of the Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium between the trustees of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium and Uganda Limited. This particular PPP was signed on the 10th day of May 2017. The parties that appended their signatures include Mr. Charles Ego Engwao, Vice Chairman, Board of Trustees, Mr. Masembe Ahmed Bogere, Board Member, Ms. Nabukera Afisa, Board Member, Mr. Boniface Oriem, Board Member, Mr. Dennis Sembatia Lutaya, Board Member, Ajat Minsa Kabanda, Board Member, Ms. Farida Mayanja Mpima, Board Member, Mr. Katerega Fred, Board Member. And on behalf of Enterprises, Mr. Amis Chigundu, Managing Director, and Mr. Kagwa Edward as a witness. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
The last one is addendum number 2 to the public-private partnership agreement for the redevelopment and upgrade of the Nachivubu War Memorial Stadium between the trustees of Nachivubu War Memorial Stadium and Enterprises Uganda Limited. This addendum number 2 was signed on the 15th day of March 2019, and the parties that appended their signatures thereto include Ajat Minsa Kabanda, Vice Chairperson and Chairperson Management Committee, Accounting Officer, Nabukera Asifa, Board Member, Masembe Ahmed Bogere, Board Member, Mr. Boniface Oriem, Board Member, and on behalf of Ham Enterprises Uganda Limited, Mr. Amis Chigundu, CEO, and Mr. Kagwa Edward, General Manager, Ham Enterprises Uganda Limited. I beg to lay. Right, Honorable, that marks the end of the 3 documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll refer these documents to the Committee on Education and Sports so that it can aid you in doing your oversight role on this same matter, which I know you are handling. Do you need to make any comment on this, Rob?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I seek for indulgence. Sometimes we are seeking for clarification where it is going to be very useful, but the front bench is fighting it. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I sought for indulgence from the Speaker. Any expenditure, any environment of money without the authority of the PSST is an audit query. So that's what I was seeking from the Prime Minister. That in case any accounting officer or in the district use the money meant for parish model without the authority of the PSST, he was acting at reverse. Right now, Speaker. Secondly, the issue of Nachivubo, I want to thank the Minister of Education, and he has made a good disclaimer by writing all those who signed. But the main issue is that there is a bill they're supposed to table to Parliament that gives government its interest in the transaction. What is that, right now, Speaker? The Nachivubo Memoriam Act. Because the investor took an agreement with the government. He developed the place, he's already making business. But the playground or the stadium is not taking course. But it's only that bill, and it was read by the President under the State of National.
But Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, I have guided, okay, that the documents are referred to the Committee for Education and Sports to aid them in their oversight role. And that's what you're talking about. That's the oversight.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And as a member, I'm very sure you're going to do a thorough job on that.
Yeah, but I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, on that. Yeah. Whether it goes to the committee, I sit in that committee, but there are latches in not bringing the bill to Parliament. But the President read that bill among the bills supposed to be processed some 4 years back. So the ministry, and we have read this matter in the committee several times, let him also give assurance to this House that the bill is coming to Parliament. Because whether you take all these agreements without bringing the bill to Parliament, that is one that is going to show us the interests of government against the investor.
Honorable, I expect that in your committee report, and I hope you will include it. Next item.
Item number 3,
on the order paper, laying of papers, the report of the inaugural Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities African Regional Conference from 14th to 18th of October 2021 in Nairobi.
Honorable Lola Kanusu.
With your indulgence, I'd like to read the objectives. There are just a few objectives of the conference and a few recommendations so that members can get a glimpse of what this was about.
Honorable, you have your 5 minutes. You know what you want to use it for.
Thank you. I have been informed that this report has been uploaded, so I believe that members have it. I just want to read the objectives on page 3. This is the report of the inaugural Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities, referred to as CPWD, African Region Conference, 14th to 18th October 2021, held in Nairobi, Kenya. The objectives of the conference were to bring together members from African region to discuss and understand the strategic plan of the CPWD network and identify disability champions from each of the participating branches, to share information and experiences in national implementation of the rights of persons with disabilities, to identify challenges faced by persons with disabilities, understand the role of CPWD in mitigating the challenges, and adopt resolutions to help mainstream considerations of persons with disabilities in CPA activities. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will read a few of the resolutions which are on page 28, for those of you that have the report. Commonwealth Parliamentary Association regional member countries should expedite the ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Uganda has already done. Parliaments in Africa should prioritize enactment and adoption of progressive legislations and policy frameworks suitable for addressing economic, social, cultural, and political civil rights for persons with disabilities. Governments should focus on the provision of social amenities and recreational facilities that are accessible to persons with disabilities to enhance their participation in development activities. Governments should enhance participation in education and improve social welfare of persons with disabilities. They are in need for early identification, assessment, intervention, and school placement of children with disabilities in an appropriate education setting. Persons with disabilities should be treated as right holders. Institutions will be duty bound by law to realize their rights to physical access, transport, communication, education, healthcare, employment, and access to justice. Legislative interventions and affirmative action strategies should be prioritized. That disability mainstreaming committees should be established in ministries, departments, and agencies to facilitate measures for attitude change, monitoring and evaluation of programs, increased employment opportunities, and retention and promotion of persons with disabilities in their places of work. State parties should define their legislation, the principle of reasonable accommodation in all areas in line with Article 2 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and ensure legal recognition of no denial of reasonable accommodation as a form of discrimination. There should be a long-term strategy aimed at raising awareness and combating discrimination against persons with disabilities, including aspects covered by the Convention. Parliament should ensure that national, subnational, and program budgets are disability-focused by entrenching financing on disability concerns through a program-based approach within all sectors. Government should also ring-fence disability financing while institutionalize the mainstream processes of disability issues. Strengthen efforts to ensure that health policies and programs, including sexual and reproductive rights, are fully accessible to persons with disabilities, especially women with disabilities. African governments should pursue tax policies that are adaptive to expanding access to assistive devices, and here we mean wheelchairs, crutches, white canes, hearing aids, etc., etc., as well as provide tax rebates on their improve livelihoods. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll not go through all the recommendations. Political parties and election management bodies to develop congruent measures that encourage culture of inclusivity of persons with disabilities by way of nomination and campaign finance disabilities in policy decision-making representation. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the inaugural Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities, CPWD, African Region Conference, 14th to 18th August, October 2021, held in Nairobi, Kenya. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Korik. This is a very important information document for all of us colleagues. Clerk, please upload it on our online document repository so that we can use it the several committees, because these are overlapping recommendations. Of course, the Committee on Gender should pick serious interest, but there are overlapping recommendations across all sector committees. So you need to use it so much whenever we are processing, especially the ministerial policy statements and the laws. And we ensure that indeed our disabled people are considered in many aspects. Honorable Singo, my proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to raise another matter regarding Rule 38 of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, according to this rule, we should have got in this house by now reports twice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding the decisions of the African Union and the resolutions and the way they, they pertain to this house. But Right Honorable Speaker, to the best of my recollection, since I started sitting in this house, we have not even got a single report from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding the decision. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't even remember ever seeing the substantive minister in this house. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm trying to raise, are we really proceeding well when now we have started the second session of the 11th Parliament and we have not got any single report from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in as far as this rule is concerned? I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Korig. In as far as today's session is concerned, we are moving well. Okay, I just wanted first to give you that assurance. Okay. In as far as this document or this report is concerned, I need to cross-check with the clerk, because sometimes some of these documents at the clerk, and when we are scheduling order papers, items on the order paper, we consider the urgent issues we have. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cross-check with the clerk. Clerk, please cross-check and tomorrow, and I ensure that indeed this rule is adhered to. I thank you, Honorable colleague. On the same matter, Honorable Song. Oh, no, this really honorable. This is a report for information, and we have said committees can use it at any time. So if we open a debate on it, we shall be in trouble here. I don't know what time we shall finish.
Procedure.
So, procedure, Honorable?
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker, Theo Samuel for record purposes. The procedural matter is on the laying of the items on the order paper. Recently, I raised the matter of national importance, and the prayers were that the Attorney General be directed to lay the list of the livestock compensation beneficiaries from Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions. Last week, the lists were available, but they could not be laid because it wasn't on the order paper. So I just want to request that provision is made so that they can be laid this week. Thank you.
Please, clerk, if those documents are available, ensure they are put on the order paper tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Honorable, for alerting us in that. Honorable, what's the
Thank you
issue?
so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, Rule 33, laying of reports of parliamentary delegations abroad. Sub-Rule 3, the Speaker shall appoint time not exceeding 45 minutes for debate. Right, Honorable Speaker, under this rule, I have noticed that time has not been allocated by you to allow the House to debate on the members' report which have been justly laid. I seek your guidance, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm a custodian of these rules. And as a custodian of these rules, I'm very cautious when I'm making the order paper and all the issues. Now, when I tell you that this document, whatever you debate, it's just for information purposes for these reports, okay? This is something I've sent to all committees and all members. You look at them, and the MPs with disabilities, they can even pick out very salient issues which can come in form of action points and resolutions of this House, because we've not ratified anything, okay? So sometimes you debate, but you debate and you end up what? I usually focus on the outcome. So that's why I guided that way, Honorable Member. The debate can even go on beyond the table here. So let's go next item, Honorable colleague.
Item number 4 on the order paper, 4.1, statement by Minister on the supply of petroleum products.
Honorable Minister of Energy.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda currently is a net importer of petroleum products and operates a liberalized market since 1994, where prices are determined by forces of demand and supply. The subsector is guided by Petroleum Supply Act of 2003 and the attendant regulations. Right Honorable Speaker, the purpose of the statement is to apprise Parliament on the product supply, associated prices, and action taken by the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, Currently, about 80% of the country's petroleum products requirements are supplied through the Kenya route using the open tender system, which Uganda joined in 2011 after a series of engagements with the Kenya government. Tanzania, which was providing 5% of Uganda's product requirements, has now increased supply to 20%. The strategy to keep the country well supplied, therefore, hinge on the effectiveness of the import routes and the in-country storage facilities. In this case, Mombasa and the Dar es Salaam ports, together with other terminals in Kenya, are being utilized by oil marketing companies to import products into Uganda. As Honorable Speaker, you may recall that in April 2022, Government of Kenya introduced changes in capacity sharing that require the oil marketing companies in Kenya to declare 60% of all imported products for Kenya local markets and 40% for transit. In this regard, Kenya Pipeline Company is to ensure that all flammable stock within its system adheres to a ratio of 60 to 40 Kenyan local market to trans ratio. And B, the Kenyan oil companies with higher transit stocks than the prescribed ratio to immediately localize the excess stock. This directly affected the companies doing businesses in Kenya. Localization of all parcels of super petrol about empty cargo square with 85,000 metric tons or 133,509 million liters that discharged during the weekend of that is April 2022, and subsequently dedicated to the Kenyan local market, leaving the Ugandan market with no supply. Localization of the whole parcel of diesel about MT Elka Athena that discharged on 12th May 2022 with 86 metric tons or 104.78 million liters was also dedicated for the Kenyan local market. The above decisions affected security of supply of petroleum products in Uganda, although the country has not reached stockout levels. The actions taken by the ministry. Right, Honorable Speaker, colleagues, my ministry analyzed the implications of the changes in the supply through Kenya and did the following. Engage the Kenyan Ministry of Petroleum and Mining in virtual and physical meetings on 4th and 17th May 2022, respectively, to discuss the implication of their decisions on the supply to Uganda. Held regular meetings with Ugandan oil marketing companies regarding the country's security of supply of petroleum products under the circumstances, while requiring them to ensure acceptance prices. Engage Tanzanian authorities in a meeting held on 28th to 30th June 2022 to have Uganda's oil marketing companies actively improve supply through
Central Corridor aimed at improving security of supply. The outcomes of these meetings, therefore, Right Honorable, some of the outcomes of the above engagements are adjustment of Kenya's sharing ratio of Kenya local to transit ratio of 60, which was standing at 60 to 40, has now risen to 55. Theirs has reduced to 55 instead of retaining 60, and now it has risen by 45. Uganda oil marketing companies, their loadings out of Tanzania rose from 5% to 20%, and this has kept the country reduced. Tanzania used to charge about $16. 16. They have reduced it to $10 per kilometer, with effect from 1st July 2022. We expect that the positive effects of the above measures will be seen in the coming days. Transportation of petroleum products over Lake Victoria. Right Honorable, Mrs. Mazi Infra Uganda Limited has been developing a system to transport fuel over Lake Victoria by barges. Construction of storage facilities of 72 million liter capacity is complete. Assembling of the first batch with capacity of 4.5 million liters has also been completed and is ready to transport the fuel. Other than tarmacking of the 4-kilometer Kauku, that is of Kampala, Entebbe Road, Bwerenga Road to storage facilities. The key challenges to operationalize these projects is finalization of oil spill and shipward pollution emergency plans, which are to be which we discussed with our stakeholders on the 8th July. We hope that this impediment will also be resolved on the 15th July, thereby buttressing the country's preparedness in case of any supply disruption during Kenya's electioneering period, when that batch can make 2 round trips per week. Current pump prices in the country, Honorable, Right Honorable, as we continue to focus on the supply to allow the interplay of market forces on demand and supply on these pump prices, you may appreciate that the prices of petroleum products have been increasing globally. The increase in global prices was initially triggered by the post-COVID-19 opening of global economy, which required much more products than suppliers could meet. This resulted in product scarcity and supply price increases. The freight also increased due to the fact that there was a high demand for ships. Yet during the lockdown, business was slow and new ships were not being manufactured.
No, Honorable, leave the minister to finish his statement. Yes.
And some old ones that were no longer at sea, were at sea, could not sail. This has resulted in high freight costs. The Russia-Ukraine war has so further affected supply chain, resulting in high supply premiums, since products from the region can no longer be accessed. The US-Uganda exchange rate has also affected the prices tremendously, with oil marketing companies facing exchange losses. Action required. Right Honorable Speaker, while prices of all products are currently high, the focus remains on sustaining supply to allow the market to continue to determine pump prices. The ministry commits to what? Continue to engage the government of Kenya to keep the supply route active, encourage Ugandan oil marketing companies to further increase their usage of the Tanzanian route so as to reduce risks associated with supply disruptions or interruptions. Closely monitor the industry to ensure that it continues to thrive in a free and fair, competitive environment. I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Members, I will allow a debate of 5 minutes on this matter, and then we move. Honorable Irene Mroni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement that he has made on the petroleum supply. Right Honorable Speaker, we know the Kenya elections are in less than a month to happen. I don't know how prepared we are as a country in ensuring that much as the prices are skyrocketing, but at least we'll be able to get fuel flowing so that we are able to move. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, that I would like the Honorable Minister to update us about, in the Petroleum Supply Act, there is an emergency petroleum supply plan, which details a number of able to prepare so that as a country, we are able to know at any point in time the volumes of petroleum supply that we have in the country. How far has the ministry gone with digitizing that information so that on a daily basis, we know how much fuel we have in the country? Thank you.
Honorable Teira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for your report. In 2011, one of the key issues which captured the presidential manifesto was transportation of fuel on Lake Victoria. In your report today, you still mention about the transportation of fuel on Lake Victoria 12 years down the road. Do we have a clear plan other than the oratory gestures on this matter? Right Honorable Speaker, we have debated here about prices of commodities, prices of food. Fuel is a very big aspect. And the minister doesn't seem to appreciate the reality on ground by directly addressing this issue. The report fell short of exactly showing us what is going to be the way forward in the shortest future. I seek guidance on that matter, Right Honorable Speaker.
I think Honorable Nsamba, Honorable Florence Akiki. Then I conclude with the Shadow Minister for Energy and Law. Yes. We have other items where you will contribute, colleagues. We still have things where you will contribute. And if you can see, I'm trying to pick those who haven't spoken since we began the session. So,
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak, the government of Sri Lanka fell just because of fuel crisis. The reluctance the minister showed here about the fuel crisis, Right Honorable Speaker, looks like the minister did not appreciate how big this problem is. Right Honorable Speaker, the fuel dealers, the demand for fuel will remain the same, but the increases in prices continuously reduces the amount that people can import. Right Honorable Speaker, instead of the minister going and coming here just to talk about things they're theorizing about, we have a problem before us. Right Honorable Speaker, this morning I went to a petrol station. I asked for them to put for me a full tank in my car. They said, no, we can't give you a fuel tanker. We are only giving you less than 200,000. And Right Honorable Speaker, if that can be told to a member of parliament, then it tells you the problem is bigger than the way we are looking at it. Right Honorable Speaker, we demand that the minister gets more serious about this problem. Fuel has become a problem, Right Honorable Speaker. The International Energy Agency is calling upon governments to advise their people to drive slowly, to reduce to work half days, to work from home. There are so many advices. We are asking our government to advise Ugandans on what is going on, because it is a global crisis. Many governments today are failing to get the quantities of fuel they needed. The minister must confirm to us that in Uganda we are safe. What he's saying, he has no evidence at all. We needed to hear about our fuel reserves. What is in our reserves? How much can we go in just in case of what is going on, Right Honorable Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Clerk, I'm doing 2 minutes. Colleagues, we are lucky in this house. We have a fuel dealer in Honorable Singoma. He might give us useful information before I pick Honorable Akiki, Florence. Let's tap into the resources we have around.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for recognizing me. I thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, it is true. I have some useful information for honorable members. You see, Right Honorable Speaker, we have the East African Common Market Protocol. And according to this protocol, the East African region is supposed to be one single market. But this is not the case, Right Honorable Speaker, as far as fuel is concerned. The fuel business, especially the importation into the region, is controlled exclusively by companies Tanzanian registered. There is no way how the Ugandan registered companies, because we happen to be fuel importers ourselves, but there is no way how you can participate in the tendering process. All of this process is targets and is participated in by the Kenyan or Tanzanian companies. That's why it is easy for the Kenyan government to localize entire consignments of ships.
What is the problem, Honorable? Why
now the problem is that's why we needed to take on our people in the Ministry of Energy. They need to engage their counterparts in these countries to open up the process to allow even our companies here participate in the tendering process, which is monthly. You know, that one would ease, and even these shortages would be, reduced or even wiped out altogether. But that's not the case.
Thank you. That's very useful information. Honorable Minister, we shall need to know what are you doing to ensure that our companies are allowed to participate in the tendering process? Because I saw the letter from Kenya. Now Kenya just writes to their companies and it says, if you don't domesticate these volumes, okay, then you are going to withdraw your license of operating in Kenya. Now we would be able also to say the same for our country. And the only reason, because fuel passes through Kenya, but we have fuel which passes through here to other countries. So, Honorable Minister, we need clear on that. Don't we have capacity to participate? Honorable, switch on to be on record.
Dr. Sime Florence, woman MD Masindi. Welcome back from the first session. The issue I'm raising is the preparedness we have for fuel or petroleum product. We have over again talked about the tanks in Ginger. The first session we talked of them being empty. The minister has not told us whether those tanks are still empty or they are full, or they are still being rented, because the last time with the information we got was they are being rented. They are not owned by government. Can the minister tell us what is the use of those fuel tanks in Ginger? What are they? Are we filling them now that the elections for Kenya are coming on 9th? Secondly, as you are aware, the prices cannot be controlled, and buses, a number of bus operators have now closed shop. That means we are going to have more problems of unemployment. So the issue of fuel product cannot be underemphasized. And I'm aware that some of these conditions are beyond us, but I think we need to prepare ourselves. The minister has to come up with a proper plan, especially on the use. Most of us have got vehicles which are consuming fuel as if they are taking water. So we need, I think, guidance on our consumption. You find a home having 3 cars. We need to be guided. The Ugandans have to be guided. Can we primo cars and park some of these cars and then we use them at a particular time with tea?
Thank you.
I expect submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Kanungu? Kanungu? Okay. Shadow Minister for Energy. Honorable, tell me, what's the issue?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
It seems you're boiling with the point.
The crisis of fuel is all over the country. Unfortunately, the dealers have started hoarding fuel. I left Soroti yesterday at about 5 o'clock, and there was no fuel in Soroti. But I was informed that they are only hoarding the fuel. I think it is important that the minister talked from here, but he was not talking like the minister that have been knowing. I think some of us are comfortable with the status quo. We would want the minister to tell us, what are we doing as government? One, immediate, the midterm, and long term. In your report, that has not come out. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, when I reached Tororo from Soroti, I found that in Tororo, fuel was 6,900. 6,900. And Tororo is near Kenya. When you reach Ginger, it is different. I also want to request that I think government needs to come out to check the dealers of fuel.
How come that we can have in Kampala, fuel is 7,000. In Mbale, fuel is 5,500. In Soroti, fuel is 6,000. In Kalangala, different price.
Honorable Shadow Minister for Energy. Oh, Christine, I thought you were the Shadow Minister for Energy. So,
Thank you very much.
very good.
Thank you very much.
As why I was asking when we were handling the ECOP bill and I was the chief whip. That's how they introduced her to me.
I delegated.
So that's
Thank
why
you
I
very
was
much,
emphasizing.
Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement. However, as Parliament, we are disappointed because it is an empty statement. Every other day, we've had government say.
Honorable, be courteous to a colleague. A colleague cannot come here, submit a statement.
Most
and you say
obliged,
it is empty. You can disagree. You can say it's not satisfactory, but it cannot be empty. That's not good.
Most obliged.
Yes.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is not the first time that the Minister of Energy is lamenting about Russia, Ukraine, COVID-19, Kenya, elections, issues of the kind, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as colleagues have said it, if you go back to our constituents, or if you go back outside there, most cars parked. I remember when we were passing the excise amendment bill, we did emphasize that most businesses, people are on a standstill. People are just confused. They don't know what to do. Businesses are closed. Why? Because of the fuel prices. And you very well know that, even in fact, one time, one of the ministers was hearing with Honorable Ntabaz. She was complaining about how a truck which used to leave Chikubo fueling 1 million shillings now is fueling times 2 million. By the time the products have been delivered to the main consumers, to the retailers, of course, automatically the retailer has to recover his money which has been consumed in the fuel, hence increasing on the prices. Right Honorable Speaker, now that this government signed the final investment decision, we want the Minister of Energy to update this country how far government has gone with establishing our own refinery. Last time when the Committee of Trade moved traverse this country, finding out and comparing on the Honorable Speaker, we also did recommend.
Honorable, please, your time is up. Your time is up. And you can have your seat.
Thank you.
And the problem is you have not helped us. We have a situation where we need solutions. Now, as a shadow minister, you've not given us alternatives to what the minister has said. So we've remained the same. You've complained, we've complained. Now it's only the minister who has given solutions, which we are looking for way forward, alternative solutions. Minister has said they are working on a badge which is going to bring in fuel. And we say, no, this badge won't help. Therefore, what you do, maybe you try to bring will help us so much. Honorable Guzuri, you're going to conclude and the minister will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you've reconsidered that we give ideas on how this problem must be dealt with. It's a crisis which, if we do not pay attention to, can actually escalate into something bigger. I've read through the minister's proposals. Indeed, they cannot address the issues at hand. He seems to suggest the problem is like a transportation, a mere supply chain issue, and yet there's the issue of how much we can store, we can import, we can be able to work with if we want to bring costs down. Right now, Right Honorable Speaker, in Congo, fuel is cheaper than it is here. And yet Congo takes fuel and South Sudan takes fuel through here. What is happening? That is an issue the minister should interrogate. Two, it's not true that Uganda has been stopped from participating in international markets to buy fuel. A member misinformed this house, and I think that is wrong. What countries do is to hedge. Ideally, the minister should have anticipated. Kenya is going to have elections and there could be disruptions. So our government should have gone into forward contracts with other governments to guarantee supply. Three, the International Energy Agency requires that countries must stockpile to last for at least 90 days. And the minister has not told us how much.
Kanungu?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to give more information on this fuel crisis. In Kanungu right now, the fuel is over 7,000 Ugandan shillings. I'm one of lucky people who got to fill my tank today at Shell. My tank could go.
Did you do full tank?
Yes, I did. I did full tank at 530,000. You're right, Honorable Speaker. Going to Kanungu, I use 1.5 tanks. That means I have to use 800,000 before I get to Kanungu. Returning and rotating in Kanungu, consuming at 7,000, I need 3 million to go home every weekend in my constituency. Honorable Minister. Yes.
Honorable, please, they are not on record. It's you who is on record.
Thank you, Honorable Right Speaker. Today, I don't know what you expect as a Right Honorable Speaker and Minister of Energy. How do you expect us to go back to the constituency? And where do you expect us to get the difference than you pay us and voters accuse us of getting a lot of money in this parliament, Your Right Honorable Speaker? Even our own people cannot afford buying fuel today to run around. And in Kanungu, to add on top of that, Your Right Honorable Speaker, my people of Kanungu are dying of hunger because we were attacked by wild animals from National Park, Queen Elizabeth National. I urge you, Right Honorable Speaker, to say something to Prime Minister to provide food to Kanungu people before they die. More information, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you. Now, Utareja.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to add my voice to thank the Minister for the report. The issue of people not being happy. It's an international problem, by the way. Last week on BBC News, Uganda was rated as being one of the countries with the people who are least happy. So it's a big problem. These are some of the issues. And I pull it down to management and regulation. These companies feel free, they feel that they can change prices at ease because they're not regulated. And I don't know what the issue is. Maybe the minister could come out clearly and tell us whether they fear them or there's something in between. I believe that they could be holding fuel silently to make money and also take advantage of the elections which are going in Kenya. So I believe the issue is regulation and management. The minister needs to come out clearly and comment on that. Otherwise, if it's not, they're going to take advantage of the situation.
Thank you, Busia.
Thank you so much,
Mr. Speaker. For the issue of fuel, I'm going to add on what my friend has said, Honorable Nevanda. Actually, last time I was in Nairobi, but all the stations, petrol stations had the same amount. The prices were the same. But you find in Uganda, you find the Shell having different price, Mogas having different price. Me, my or if the minister, they sit down and they set the same price. If it is 8,000, let it be 8,000. If it's 7,000, let it be 7,000. I'm just assuming. But if I here 2,000, 5,000, here 6,000.
A member, sorry, honorable member, a member is giving her view. Yes, so, yeah, that's her view. Go on, you're protected, honorable.
Thank you for protection. So that's what I wanted them to set the same price so that we may be assured of the fuel price in Uganda. Then what I can add, like since last year, we have been lamenting on the same issue, fuel crisis, even this year, but there's no affirmative action. As we members of parliament, we need affirmative actions and we explain to our voters, because me, I come from the border, whenever I go back, that's the same question they ask me. Actually, we cross to Kenya to look for fuel, and we come back in Uganda. So we are coming to election period in Kenya. How are we going to be helped? So, Honorable Minister, please, we need your help.
Christine?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing. Right Honorable Minister, members have talked about the time frame. And we want the short term, the medium, and the long term. During our budgetary processes, we had highlighted the need for us to benchmark from the neighboring countries. And then we see how they have gone about the issue. The tendency of comparing our performance with other countries, poor performing countries, is also not good. We need to come up with solutions that our country specific has come out with. Comparing us with UK, with Kenya, is actually an insult because we have not exhausted the actions we proposed. We had also proposed the issue of promoting the growing of biofuel crops like jatropha. At this moment in time, we would be processing jatropha right from May last year. We would be processing. And then the issue of food scarcity is accelerated by the problem of fuel. People now cannot ferry food from Chivoga to Karamoja. They have decided to sit with their food. So, Right Honorable Minister, fuel discussions with the other countries needs to be accomplished in the shortest time possible. If it is to reduce on the taxes per barrel, the tax per barrel by us Ugandans, let's do it. Because what we see now,
colleagues, you see, this is an issue. I think each and every government is getting a bashing from their parliament. I was in Canada. A liter had jumped from 0.25 cents, US cents, no Canada cent, to 0.85 times 3. A liter of fuel everywhere. So, but now, of course, we have in the issue of steady supplies, sustainable supplies, especially because of the Kenya elections that are coming in. So sometimes this is the time I don't envy being in the minister's position because he's between a stone and a hard place because it's all over the region. So I really want us, when we are also pushing the minister, to be reasonable, to know that we face reality because we are coming from these all other countries. The situation is really bad. Should they sit down as a region, as leaders in the region? Should we tell Honorable Nsamba also now, even at the PAP, this should be one of the issues you should be raising. We as Africa, how are we protecting ourselves? The resources coming out of Africa. Karangara, Honorable, I know you have a procedural matter, but sometimes these are issues where members freely express themselves. And I don't want to bog them down with procedure and all that. It's a chance for them to, some of you, you're senior registrators. So you allow colleagues also to speak freely on some of these matters. Karangara?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nachumuli Helen. Just like you guided, Mr. Speaker, the minister should therefore go back and make a revision and make a correct report. Yes, in line with that, I would also want to draw from Kalangala, Mr. Speaker. Kalangala is a fishing community, just like many other islands. From June to August, the winds are very, very strong. It is very hard for anybody to traverse, even with the members of parliament who have those very fast boats. The people in Kalangala do not fish this time round. That means their boats are up. They don't have food. So the fuel prices in Kalangala start from 10,000 to 12,000. It is very hard for a fisherman to go out fishing to waters in next to Kenya or Tanzania. When they go there, they come back with 10 kilograms of fish.
In the normal days, it's been around how much?
A kilo,
no, a liter of fuel.
Fuel, it was 4,500 to 5,000.
And now
it is 10,000 to 12,000. And yes, and also, Mr. Speaker, the prices of fish have lowered. You can imagine the price of fuel is high and the price of fish is low. Before, it was 15,000 a kilogram minimum. But as we speak now, it is at 9,000, 7,000 to 9,000 compared to the prices of the fuel. So I think it is so unfair to the people of Kalangala as we speak. And as we speak also, they do not have food. This also goes to the...
So Honourable Minister...
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, we have a special case. Why I picked Kalangala, it is the islands. I was just looking at a special case of people on the islands. We want to know the interventions for, if there are any special interventions for the people on the islands. Okay? Especially in terms of fuel. So allow Honorable Seku, and I conclude with Honorable Sewungu. And then, colleagues, there are other statements where I know you will be the same people standing up. Yes, I'm not importing any new people in this parliament. It will be you standing up to contribute.
Thank you very much,
and I'll give you
Speaker. The issue of the fuel situation in the country is appalling, Right Honorable Speaker. I will follow the guidance that you gave on the issue of the food security, because the issue is cross-cutting throughout the country. We are talking about pump prices, but you go to the communities where most of our people stay. They are buying fuel from cups, from bottles, and the prices can be even as high as 15 to 20,000 shillings. So our people have difficulties with accessing, medical care, because they have to use the border transport, but they are telling them 20,000 shillings to the health center. Our people are suffering. They cannot even afford the high food prices now because fuel is the driving factor. So, Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the minister, I think as Parliament we need to take a position. And I would like to say, perhaps, like you guided with the issue of food, of the lack of food, perhaps or to go back to cabinet. They review the issue. Please.
Thank you, Honorable, for giving me way. I just wanted to understand, give some information. when you look at this issue of the fuel, it's a global problem. It's not an issue that is related to tax incentives. It's not an issue that is related to transportation. The issue is demand and supply. Just like we have inflation for food, where a lot of money chasing after very few food items. It's the same case with fuel. When Russia's fuel was banned in the international market, and yet Russia is the third largest producer of fuel, this impacted on the supply. And that's why it is a global thing. I've heard members of parliament talking about the oily reserves. Those oily reserves were established by those governments when government was allowed to do business. But you remember, many of these things were privatized. And most of these, yes, many of these are given to individuals. Right now, at the moment, when you look at the issue of this fuel here, the issue we should be talking about is how—
Order, Right Honorable Speaker.
How can we enhance the ability of the private people where they have challenges?
Point of order.
Yes, Right Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much.
The point of order.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have in this country a national oil company. In fuel, it is a government company. When we talk about reservoirs, Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about having enough stock, we do not want to reach a time when there is no stock at all. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been talking about the reluctant minister. Now we have a reluctant colleague who thinks we cannot have reservoir through the national oil company. Right Honorable Speaker, if we provided the money to the national oil company and we said stock this and have reservoir that can take us through this period, Right Honorable Speaker, is the member in order to stand here and tell us that it's only those governments of the Idi Amin who would restore energy, fuel? It is only those governments of Obote that could restore energy, and this government cannot, is in order.
Now, Honorable, other than looking at it as a point of order, what if a member says, I didn't have this information? You get it. A member might not have had this information. So it is important you have informed the member that government has a national oil company, which national oil company we appropriated money as a house for them to stock our reserves. Okay? So Honorable Onzima, I would say you have received good information from the honorable member than a reprimand. So you can utilize that information.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, to him, it was in line with the manner in which the fuel industry is being handled at the moment. Government has not entered into that, but at least let me not go into that debate. Let me proceed on the issue.
That's a humble way of accepting the information, Honorable. So go on.
So, on this particular situation, I was watching news. We may have problem of fuel here.
But are you still giving information?
I'm still giving him some information just on this particular one.
Because
Mr. Speaker,
it's you to reclaim your.
Madam Speaker, today we are talking about fuel here. We are on the luck that we don't use much of gas here. But countries that use gas are paying it harder than those who use fuel. Not like ours. Thank you, Honor, for giving me way.
Thank you. Like earlier on stated, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter that we need to refer back to the minister, that he goes back, just like you had guided earlier. And they come back with comprehensive, with all these gaps that have been identified through the debate here, so that we have solutions rather than government to come with a position on how to intervene to check on all these problems
Thank
about
you.
the fuel prices.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Seungu. Honorable Seungu. Milton, you don't have oil on that side. You will speak on foreign affairs matters. I have issues of here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for your statement. Now, when you go to page 2 of your statement, Honorable Minister, and you have given us at the bottom some outcomes of the above actions. On that tip, number 8, all those are positives, according to what you have given, meaning that the country would be having some relief, but still you are not giving us any solution. All these are positives, Mr. Speaker, according to number 8. Honorable Speaker, and our members, let us look at these figures. When you go to Kenya, we have Kenya is selling fuel at the Ugandan shillings 4,857. Then when you go to South Sudan, it is for Tanzania 4,844. South Sudan 4,770. DRC 4,412 shillings. That is Ugandan currency. Burundi, a liter is at 4,990. Then landlocked Rwanda, again, is selling at 5,372. So Uganda, other members, let me submit. Let us not talk about Uganda because you know what is happening. What is taking place in Uganda now, our price is raising according to the month of the year. In May, 4,000, the month was, we are in May, it was 4,000. 5, June, 6,000. Now it is rushing to 7,000. But what Honorable Speaker and our members, the challenges we have here are: 1, Ministry of Energy, you have failed to monitor. You have failed to monitor these companies importing fuel here. When you go to Petro City, they have a reservoir. When you go to Haas, they have a reservoir. When you go to Starbucks, they have reservoirs. All of them. But you can find a company, right, Honorable Speaker, going to Shell or Total to buy fuel, another company. Then that company sells at a lower price, but Shell is selling at a higher price. What is important, Honorable Speaker and our members, is the Ministry of Energy taking a keen interest, even though we have no law. They should be following all these companies, how much they have in their reservoirs. The moment you have that, you have close monitoring, because URA moves out, looks at all these vehicles bringing fuel daily. They tax them, but once they put their fuel in their reservoirs, there is no other follow-up to know that this is the amount of fuel we have. But now, members of the Mr. Speaker, I remember during Walk to Work, this parliament argued that they were going to put regional reservoirs for the country. And I think we raised some money in the parliament here, right? No, Speaker, I remember. What is happening now? So as I conclude, the Minister, let us go back. We are saying we cannot give all the powers of management of fuel in Uganda to multinational companies. Government must come in. Government must come in to control. That's what the Speaker said about Kenya, that if you're not doing this, if you're raising the prices, we are taking away our licenses. But what is happening now is that there are so many these vultures who are enjoying money at the cost of others. Lastly, Honorable Minister, why I've given you these figures, the cost of these countries, our East African community, is that these Ugandans, we want to see a minimum, some reduction that can keep us surviving.
Honorable
as well.
Seungu, it's very important when you give figures, you qualify those figures, so that in the answer, we are clear, we know this is the source of these figures.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
So
the source of this
it helps us
information
so much.
is, first of all, we are in East African community. Secondly, we travel in these countries. Thirdly, just go on social media, go on the internet, look for the prices of Kenya. These are open information. So, but as the speaker, you have ruled. I will lay on the table tomorrow that source of information.
As per now on the Hansard.
Well, Speaker, as I conclude, because I would, through Mr. Speaker, the opposition, as opposition, we have prepared a statement which cannot be read now on the way this fuel crisis can be handled. Through Mr. Speaker, I would pray through the clerk to the ministry, they read and see. If they feel that we have some positives that can solve this impasse, then you take it. If you feel it doesn't, remain as you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Leader of Opposition. Colleagues, on this matter, I'm going to guide. This is a very important matter. I can see how each one of us wanted to speak on it, submit on it. It's not that we want to submit because of anything, but because it impacts us, it impacts our communities, and we are all anxious. Honorable Minister, I've also read through your statement. When you look at the submissions of members, you see there are many gaps you can fill. But to do it better, I'm going to refer this matter to the Committee on Energy. I can see the chairman here, the Committee on Energy, where the minister needs to come with the technical people, because it might not be satisfactory. The Committee on Natural Resources, it might be not satisfactory for us to only have the minister here. He needs a backup. What we need are clear answers. And some of them are held by technical people. Then also the Leader of Opposition and Shadow Minister for Energy will go and give alternatives when they are prepared. And then the committee will bring a report which we shall discuss here. We shall give it enough time so that colleagues, all of you, can comprehensively submit. Honorable Chair, if we gave you 1 week, you should be able, because it's an urgent matter. It's not a matter we should take very far. So, Honorable Chair of the committee, we give you 1 week to have comprehensively met the dealers. You meet the dealers, you meet the minister, you meet the shadow minister, you meet members who are interested. You should inform them, but you also extract this answer. You extract this answer so that it can guide you on the issues. And our focus will be on solutions. On solutions so that we make very clear recommendations to the government, short term, medium, and long term. Next item.
Item 4.2 on the order paper, statement by the minister on the steps to ease stringent visa conditionalities for Ugandans.
Honorable
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the 26th sitting of the 4th meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, held on 28th April 2022, the House noted with concern.
Colleagues, please, colleagues. Colleagues, I have Honorable Chibadia, I know what you're raising, but you are seated there. You've been moving, having breaks. I saw the minister has been seated there all day. You have even changed the locations. So he also needs a break. He is coming back.
Right Honorable Speaker, the 26th sitting of the 4th meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, held on Thursday, 28th April 2022, the House noted with concern the increased cases of Ugandans being denied visas. Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament directed that my ministry present a statement to the House on this matter. World over, countries issue visas through embassies, high commissions, and consular posts to applicants intending to travel their respective countries, taking into account various considerations, including but not limited to the following. Number one, reason for travel. Two, applicant's financial position. Four, political relations between the two countries. Five, national security, among others. Diplomatic missions in Kampala and regional capitals continue to process and grant visas to Ugandan applicants. Similarly, a number of Ugandans have been denied visas due to several reasons that include: one, failure to properly articulate the reasons for travel to consular officers at the embassies or consulates. This is especially in cases where face-to-face interviews are conducted, whereas one may have the requisite documents to support his or her application. She oftentimes may fail to articulate the reasons for travel, hence leading to visa denial. Secondly, late submission of visa applications. Diplomatic missions have timeframes within which they process and issue visas. Some Ugandans are generally known to be last-minute applicants, delaying submissions of applications for a time-bound engagement denial, especially for diplomatic missions where visa approvals are done at their capitals. Three, submission of false documents to back up visa application is another common reason for visa denials. These false forged documents include bank statements, invitation letters, birth and marriage certificates, among others. Four, overstaying visas. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, you know this is a criminal offense world over, punishable by being banned from travel to the affected country for a given period. Five, the COVID-19 pandemic affected travel globally. Diplomatic missions scaled down their operations, thereby leading to visa application backlogs. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to underline and inform this House that the issuance of visa protect countries' interests. Uganda too has its own visa policy and parameters for visa issuance or denial. On the same note, countries may choose to provide a reason for visa denial, but are under no obligation to do so. However, Right Honorable Speaker, in a bid to reduce cases of visa denial and restrictive migration policies, my ministry continues to engage with other countries on this issue. As a matter of fact, my ministry yesterday concluded 5 days joint commission for cooperation with the Republic of South Africa, in which immigration issues have been discussed. Right Honorable Speaker, recall that one of the destinations that have been quite restrictive for Ugandans has been South Africa, but we have fully engaged on this matter, and the outcome, which I don't want to announce here today, because we're going to have a joint communique tomorrow, is positive and promising. Other measures that my ministry has undertaken to ensure that Ugandans are subjected to minimum visa restrictions and migration policies. Number one, my ministry continues to negotiate bilateral agreements with a number of countries for exemption of visa requirements. The ministry has concluded arrangements with 65 countries so far, where Ugandans do not require visas to travel. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the list is herewith attached. Similarly, my ministry has concluded bilateral agreements with Italy, India, and South Africa, like I said, among others, where Ugandans holding diplomatic and service passports are visa exempt. We continue to engage with a number of countries to facilitate bilateral visa exemptions, as well as grant of visas on arrival to cater for emergency situations, although this would require reciprocity. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on official travel. For government officials intending to travel on official government business, my ministry issues a note verbal, also known as diplomatic note, to respective diplomatic missions as a way not only to facilitate, but also to authenticate the application. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underline here that this is only in respect for those who are holding service or diplomatic passports, but also going for official government business. Thirdly, the regional engagements with partner states. At a regional level, the ministry has concluded agreements with regional partner states where Ugandans do not require visas. This is a practice in East African community, like you all know, and most COMESA member countries. Our ministry continues to raise these issues of visa denials and restrictive visa terms and conditions with these diplomatic missions. And I can report this House that tremendous progress is being made in this direction through a lot. I must credit diplomatic missions, particularly those in Kampala, for the consideration they gave to Ugandan visa applicants at the peak of COVID-19 pandemic, where a number of Ugandans were granted visas to travel abroad at the time where there were many global travel restrictions. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, while the Ministry of Foreign Affairs engages our counterparts, fully cognizant that granting or denying visas are matters of sovereign rights of countries, we appeal to Ugandans who intend to travel to always do due diligence on visa requirements specific to countries they intend to travel. Ugandans are further urged to desist from falsification of visa supporting documents and instead be transparent throughout the visa application process. In situations where Ugandans are denied visas and the matter is brought to our attention, especially on subjects of health and education, the ministry engages with the relevant missions and the government over such a matter. We also encourage colleagues and government officials to submit their visa application documents ahead of time, as some visas are issued from countries' capital outside Uganda. Colleagues should also note that while most diplomatic and service passport holders are exempted from visa fees, some countries require payment of visa processing fees, especially where visas are issued outside Uganda. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, as a ministry, we share the plight of Ugandans who continue to face restrictive visa regimes. However, my ministry is doing everything within our means and mandate to ensure that we work closely with diplomatic missions in Kampala and within the region, through also bilateral and regional level to address the challenges of restrictive immigration terms and conditions, as well as knowing that this issue is a sovereign right of a country in question. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. This is a good response. I've looked at your list, and of course we know, as a student of international relations, Honorable Minister, as a student of international relations, I raised this matter to you cautiously. That's why I talked of measures you are doing yourself. I don't expect you to say you're going to force an embassy, to threaten an embassy, but what some of these measures were not only about giving visas, but the process. For example, if you say you get an appointment 11 months, how many? And you're talking of a trader. And that's example of getting appointments. Now, if I get an appointment and I'm denied a visa, at least I've appeared and I've been given a reason. But do you know, even not getting an appointment, and I'm talking about young people who have come to be their traders, This is where they survive. So they are appealing. They are not saying, help us to get visas. They are only saying, hey man, the period for appointments is untenable. I need 11 months to get an appointment to go and help my sick. Then you write emails, you do what? So that's the focus where you should take the focus. We were happy, for example, when I raised the issue in the 10th parliament, the same issue whereby at 1 p.m., at 1 a.m., people would start lining up at the Chinese embassy. At 1 a.m., people used to line up. You engaged and they did online. Now I no longer see those lines. So you've made it very easy. So that's our focus. The issue we are not saying go bombard, push, do what, but engage. And some of them reached out to me. Some of the missionaries reached out to me, but I said foreign affairs should handle this with you. We are trying, Uganda, we are playing a critical role on the international stage. You know, our country is open. So we are saying, push harder. We are encouraging you, Honorable Minister. We are saying push harder. Honorable colleagues, let me start with Honorable Katsabe. Oh, we have a shadow minister, we have youth, we have Honorable Frank.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
I'm seeing.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you for.
And colleagues, this is a sensitive matter. We have to be very cautious in our submissions. It's about relations, our relations with other countries that are sovereign.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to thank you for the opportunity.
We have Honorable Saropend here.
Mr. Minister.
She will interpret for us. Yes, Honorable Atkins, sorry, we are, we love you so much.
You're turning my.
I usually allow you to speak without a mask.
Okay.
To be audible now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank the minister. This is a huge milestone. I remember in the 10th Parliament, by the grace of God, I had the opportunity to serve as Shadow Minister, Foreign Affairs. This was not the case. That Ugandans now have opportunity to travel to different countries without even a visa. Mr. Minister, and those that support you, I really want to thank you for this great work. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to also ask the minister to take note of something that I personally pursued with the government of the United States of America. I went to Washington, D.C. and met up with senior officials of the State Department. And my point was, the presiding officer, or speaker, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, invited me to her office and said, Atkins, I feel, kind of, we can do something, you being a shadow minister for foreign affairs. Can't you reach out to the United States government and try to see the upscaling or scaling up our visa years? Mr. Speaker says, you're aware, the United. And then I met up with the ambassador then, Ambassador Deborah Malik, and I had also the opportunity to meet up with State department officials. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a window, Mr. Minister, there is a window that you should tap into. The United States government allowed to give us 10 years of visa, but it was conditioned. Uganda gives the United States citizens 6 months. Thank God for the generosity and kindness of the American government. They give us 2 years. So if we want 10 years visa, then the United States also says, consider our citizens to have the same. While serving as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I tried to reach out my counterpart at the ministry, and he said, you know, Atkins, we use the visas also to get our money. But you see, I think it's very important. We recognize that it's kind of tiresome every after 2 years going to an embassy to renew your visa. So, Mr. Minister, sir, I'm asking you that you consider having an interface with the United States Embassy to explore the possibility of that open window.
Thank you, Right Honorable
I hope,
Speaker.
Chivadia, you had the proper. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Nabukera Hanifa, Woman MP, Mukono District. And to appreciate you, Minister for Foreign Affairs. But in your submission, you didn't talk about the study visas. There are students who apply to study abroad, and they go through those requirements and even go ahead to pay fees, half fees as a requirement. They even pay accommodation, but at the end of the day, they do not give them visas or even take a long time to respond to their applications, which hinders their timelines of study. So I faced that before. And secondly is also about the duration. You said Ugandans are last minute applicants. Not true. There are some members here who applied January up to now. They've never gotten response from the Canadian embassy. So I also want to request that please let them, if someone has not met the requirements, it should be at least as quick, and they should know why they are denied, such that they can either amend or reapply. Thank you so much.
Honorable Court, then Honorable Kamatenet. Honorable Kajenja, we shall pick on your expertise as a former Foreign Service officer.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. When you carefully read through the report, you'll notice that out of the 65 countries that our citizens can travel without a visa, only 17 are African countries. In my opinion, this is a very disappointing figure. And the rationale for that is that about 1 year and 7 months ago, Uganda and other 53 African countries agreed to trade under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And under the essence of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is that the intra-Africa trade that we currently have to about 50% or so, by removing all the bottlenecks to movement of goods, services, and our people. Unfortunately, for many of the young traders, like you rightfully said, they are unable to travel as freely as they should. And this is killing the spirit of the agreement. My proposal, Right Honorable Speaker, to our good minister, is that we fast track engagements with countries that have ratified the Africa Continental Free Trade Area for visa exemptions of our young traders. Thank you.
Honorable Kamateneti.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the great presentation about the visas. However, I have a great challenge with labor export companies. On a daily basis, I'm approached by youth who are taken by these companies, most especially to Dubai. These companies charge them money for visas. And you find people are going to the same country, but they are charging them different amounts. I really beg the Minister for Foreign Affairs to get in touch, or with the Minister of Gender. They put clear guidelines and let them communicate to this country, because these people are exploited. People sell their land, sell their animals, they buy passports. In fact, he even talked about passports. They charge different prices. Someone pays 400,000 for express, and they are told to wait for 3 months. Someone pays 250, and they are told to wait for 5 months, or some can even get it in 1 month. So we need clear guidelines. Our youth are suffering. Those who go abroad, they pay a lot of money and they don't get the real services. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kajenje.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement in response. One, ordinarily Ugandans would be traveling without let or hindrance. But indeed, as he correctly put it, permission to enter, or what is called a visa, is a sovereign right. The most important thing is engagement. The Republic of Uganda must engage on equal footing with these member states that we are giving visas or are giving visas to our nationals to enter. I have noted on several occasions that Ugandans who pay to enter country X or Y, especially in Western countries, out of 100%, 40 are allowed. What is the fate of 60% of Ugandans who are not allowed to enter a country after they have paid the visa fees? First, they are demoralized. Second, their esteem is perforated, and they are not told why they have been denied to enter country X or Y, and they have lost money. I think it is incumbent upon the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to engage these countries to say, if you deny a Ugandan a right to enter, you must explain why. Two, if that Ugandan has paid money, that money must be refunded.
Exactly.
Three, if the reason was falsification of a document or what, if an explanation was given, then a Ugandan can make good on that so that he's on a second application is given a right to enter. In most cases, Right Honorable Speaker, and I speak because for 17 years, I've been in foreign service. I have also denied people visas to enter Uganda. And I was also disappointed that a person I denied entrance in Republic of Pretoria hopped on a plane and was allowed to enter at Entebbe. Why? Again, because this is something that we need to rearrange. When you are entering a foreign country, it is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, or what they call Interior, welcoming you. When you are leaving a country, it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is responsible. So there should be close working relationship between our internal affairs people and foreign affairs at the same time. Unity must be respected. You cannot deny one a visa without explanation. You cannot take one's money and you deny him entry into a foreign country and you are not refunded.
Thank you, Honorable.
I thank you.
Clerk, I'm doing 2 minutes. It seems I'm too generous with time. Bundubujo? Is that Bundubujo? Oh, Mama. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Sorry, I
And,
thought it's Bugendera, Mama.
and I want to thank the Minister for the elaborate report he has given as far as visa is concerned. Right, Honorable Speaker, about a month ago, I went to protocol to process a visa to go out of the country. But I was told, unless I wait for Feb next year, which is close to a year, and the purpose of the travel is urgently needed. I don't know, right, Honorable Speaker, as you guided, you said we need to debate this diplomatically, but we also want to ask the minister that in a diplomatic way, as here Ugandans, we are facing a lot of problems as far as visa is concerned. Can the ministry help us? If the members of parliament are facing in this form, what about the locals who want to go outside the country for their businesses? Really, we are so much grateful as this matter is here in parliament today. Honorable Speaker, we are waiting to hear a comprehensive report from the minister as far as visa is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's true that our citizens are facing a lot of challenges, especially when they're traveling abroad. But what I've noticed is the biggest challenges with countries that you get visas on arrival. Because in most cases, we pay tickets here expensively. Sometimes we pay $5,000 to travel. But the moment you land, you're not sure whether you'll be let in, because most people think it's obvious that since it's free entry, they think you just get there and you enter into the country. But in most cases, when you get there, if you're denied, you're not even given reasons as to why you're denied. They only bring a form, especially countries like Hong Kong. They bring a form and they don't even speak to you. They just tell you, fill this form. The next thing, they put you on the plane and they take you back to your country. And even when you get here, they don't explain to you anything why you've been sent back. They just welcome you and you go. And this happens regularly, because at one point I was traveling, and out of 20 Ugandans who were trying to access Hong Kong, almost 17 of them were sent back without any reason. They just stopped them. Their policemen actually wait at the entrance. They just, the moment they see any black walking, they just tell you, step aside, step aside. The next thing they take you, they make you sit down, you fill a form. They actually tell you to just sign. You sign without reading anything. After signing, the next thing they hand you over to the next flight back. Imagine after traveling for so many hours. So this is something that is very serious, that our country should try and find out why. And then secondly, also so many people are being detained. Actually, they are the migration. Some of them stay there without any reason. So we need to take further steps to find out why most of these people are denied without any reason. And
thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
In relation to that point, colleagues, there is a time we landed in a certain Asian country and blacks were being put aside. And I was one of them. Blacks were being put aside and we were made to sit. So my host had to wait. We sat 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. At that time, everyone pretends they don't know English. Yeah, they just make few signs. So up when I entered, and then later on I inquired, someone said that no, some of you swallow these drugs, trafficking drugs. So they hold you for long to see whether the drugs react. Then they take you to a room to extract those drugs. Now, no, some cases it's true. People would be carrying drugs in their stomachs. It's true also. So some of the issues we face are due to our conduct, but in some cases, because I'm black, you make me, sit here. So you feel bad. you feel humiliated. So what Honorable Frank has talked about, and this also brings us to the issue, Honorable Minister, which the member has raised. We want you to inform us about the list of Ugandans held in foreign prisons. In foreign prisons, it used to happen to be presented here, and I'm very happy the ministry used to negotiate really, really hard, especially in Asia where they face life sentences, death sentences. One person came to me, the mother was supposed to spend 10 years. Now she has spent 11 years in one of the countries. Honorable Minister will share with you. She's supposed to be released. Now she can no longer even access visitors, but she gets away with talking on phone. So we have very many such cases. So the issue of consular services to Ugandans abroad, we need to look into it deeply. Because when a Ugandan is abroad, whether he is guilty or not, whether he's a suspect or not, we must protect his rights as a Ugandan. And we ensure that indeed as a country, we try to look after our own people. Milton Muuma, I've come this side. Now, Honorable Siranyi, you want, but Milton Muuma
Thank you very
first,
much.
then I've come
Right,
this
Honourable
side.
Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, I have to thank the Minister for the statement and the efforts so far done to promote diplomacy and the foreign policy of Uganda. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Minister has fallen short of informing us of the engagements done so far, where Ugandans are compelled, and this one I should be specific, to travel to Nairobi for them to have visas processed. If at all somebody did a security scan, Uganda is one of the most secure countries on the African continent. Uganda is known for being very receptive, very hospitable. I wonder why Ugandans are subjected always by some countries, including our colonial master, to keep traveling to Kenya for them to secure visas. I would wish that he also explains what efforts and interventions are being done to this. Second, Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister should also give hope by creating a desk at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs where these granted people, where people who have been bounced out of malice can run to. I have to thank him recently. He helped a doctor from Makerere, but because I had to call, I have personal ties with the minister here. So I called that this officer is stuck. He has been invited in one of the big countries to go and make a presentation. But he was stuck because he was asked Phil on, and the dates were running until I reached out to the Honourable Minister. That's when
Honorable Aisha Kavana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then I'll pick the two colleagues. Yeah. Honorable Second.
Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know sometimes whether we don't debate in vain. If you pay a fee while knowing that the fee is non-refundable, it is clear it is non-refundable, and then we debate why the fee is not refunded if a person does not succeed. If you pay in advance well knowing, I think there we debate in vain. But I'm motivated by Honorable Kamatika's submission, where she says that particularly Dubai, that the visa fees vary from one person to another. I thought I should inform the House that Dubai has made their investment policy so flexible to foreign persons that want to establish businesses there, and they give visas directly to investors. If you open up, you establish a business there and it is registered, depending on the size of the business, visas are allocated to that particular investor, to the people he is intending to recruit in his companies. So that explains sometimes the variance. I've engaged those people, I've met some of them. It explains the variance in the fee because it is now a particular person that is inviting people. I don't know whether it's a matter that would call for legislation to be able to regulate that fee that comes from particular individuals. But such visas come from individual companies. I thought it's
No, colleagues who have already spoken, I'm not picking you. I'm just making it easy.
Thank you, Right
I
Honorable.
want to give chance to those who have not yet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like also to join my colleagues. I think his statement is organized. It might not save us from everything, but at least as far as he has said, the statement is organized. I would like to raise one issue, Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker. Of recent, there has been lockdown in parts of China, for example. And as a result of the lockdown, a number of Ugandans were held without jobs. And some of them had their visas expire under the lockdown. And now they could not continue living in China. They could not also continue working. They had to exit. Right, Honorable? They require that when you have to exit under such circumstance, then you need to process exit visa. And some of them take like about 2 to 3 weeks in order to process exit visa. Last month, Right Honorable, I was contacted and I participated in supporting one Ugandan to try and find her air ticket because it is a requirement for them to process the exit visa. I would like to request the Minister of Foreign Affairs to look into this matter, to try and list those Ugandans who may be held in other countries, especially those under lockdown, that they may automatically not raise either the air ticket or even the visa. I would like to suggest and call upon the minister to create a desk. Ugandans have all this information. How I wish they could create a desk so that any Ugandan who comes back and wants to give information to foreign ministry is able to give information. And this information can be processed and used for other,
Thank you.
to resolve other matters.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. They are coming like this.
Honorable Speaker, for me, I would like to thank the minister and also say we always go in for budgetary process and we have passed our budget, which we are going to use this financial year. And we go in annually in order to fill the gaps, in order to when we have such a problems of visas, are we not killing our people, Ugandans? There are people who are sick, who need to be helped. They may not be helped because we are not doing the right thing at the right time. So we need to improve on this, and also our people who are working in that sector, they need to also work in effective manner, not to delay, not to postpone when people are dying. And that is my question. And I say, we always pass our budgets annually. Why are these delays there? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chirumira Hassan, a Member of Parliament for Katikam South Constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, Ugandans travel for different reasons. Is that of migrant workers, commonly known as Cheyo. I believe it is within the interest of the government to fast track and make agreements with these countries where our people want to go and work. Because
when these people travel abroad to work, they bring money here in form of repatriation or profit repatriation. So it is within the interest of government to fast track. And Right Honorable Speaker, just our neighbors here, Tanzania, is visa-free going to South Africa, for example. I don't think it requires a rocket scientist or science, for whatever matter, for us to persuade the South African government to allow Ugandans to travel to South Africa visa-free. It should be noted that worldwide, actually, according to the International Organization of Migrant Workers, over 1 billion people travel, and it is expected to multiply in the near future. These people travel for work, for money. I don't think Ugandans can miss from that lucrative business. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Timazagu? It's historical, you're coming. No, Timazagu first. Timazagu Michael, behind you, then Mama Cecilia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we know that transformation is synonymous with traveling. People learn a lot of things when they travel. They even trade. And therefore, people must travel if we are transformed as a nation. In this case, we have to make sure that our people are traveling without a lot of inconvenience. And in this case, I suggest that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs works with other ministries and agencies such that we effect civic education concerning traveling. We have the biggest number of Ugandans do not get to know what they require to travel until they have applied for a visa. That's why the minister is indicating that one of the causes of failure for Ugandans to get visas is having no minimum requirements. Civic education would give people a chance from university, even educating those people who are not in school using the radios and other media to make sure that people understand what they require to travel. Otherwise, it might take too long for us to make sure that Ugandans know what they should be having if they are to travel. Secondly, we require to have assertion. Our minister should be assertive because we have discovered that people do not respect Ugandans. And that is not a must. We have to show them that we are very good people and we have to bring out our assertiveness and make sure that all countries.
Thank you, Sestoroko.
Thank you.
Hey, Pachuto, now you change the strategy to that side.
Right Honorable Speaker, to the Minister, there are also countries which are not speaking English. At times you get problems once you go there, you explain much. One time I was stopped somewhere to explain that I must be having more than 2 names which are not on my passport. Because I had to explain Honorable Secretary Robert, and I had to first put under task to explain Honorable is which name. So I went through a lot and I was stayed there for some while until when someone intervened to explain that is a mere title. Please, those are countries which are not speaking English. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, this one goes to the Sister Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is Internal Affairs. They should also get in touch to see that they can work on the problems of Ugandans. You go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, you find people lining up from 3, struggling to see that they can get passports. So with Internal Affairs Ministry, I kindly beg so that you can sort the issue of Ugandans lining up there. And it's giving us an embarrassment to those people. That's why they are taking us like that. I think that's the reason why they're treating us like that. When you go to Arua and in Mbarara, they tell us that at least there is a difference, but there you need also to work on that. I thank you.
Honorable Cecilio Gwar. Colleagues, from Honorable Cecilio Gwar, I have Honorable Mwadan there, then the minister. We are concluding this matter. Those I have not picked, tomorrow I will start with you. No, we have other items coming.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to appreciate what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has done for us to negotiate with some countries that would allow us to travel without necessarily having visas. This is a big step in the right direction, because several years ago, you would need a visa to go to Kenya, you need a visa to go to the neighboring countries. However, I'm also a bit curious to know why some East African countries would allow us to travel without visas for 6 months or something like that, because they should not appear there at all. The East African Charter requires that we now have open borders, we can travel, provided we have identification documents. So I think these are areas you need to streamline to make sure that our people are not necessarily inconvenienced. Right, Honorable Speaker, we had a nasty experience with the current Prime Minister when we went to Tanzania, and we were subject to even search. We were searched. We had diplomatic passports, but we were searched. And to us, it was very humiliating by a neighboring country. And for me, I insisted, I resisted, because one, by virtue of my age, two, I declared that I'm an East African, and I was carrying an East African passport. So my argument prevailed. I was right. You know, so I think we need to be more assertive, right, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Before Shadow Affairs Minister, I remember the African Union passed a resolution for Africans to travel free within the continent. And Honorable Minister, maybe you will help clarify for me. Now, Honorable Azatom, I'm not going to allow you. Please, I made it very clear. Yeah. So I remember, it seems Ghana was the first country to allow all Africans to enter free, if my memory serves me right. And it's not on this list. I'm not seeing Ghana on the list. Yes. So I really need that information. But Honorable Muada, we have leaders in the House. Okay? Some of the leaders include our commissioners. When a commissioner stands 10 times, a commissioner might end up having problems with me. So, Commissioner, please, we give them extra, attention as our leaders, especially backbencher community. Otherwise, issues of our welfare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to seek clarification from the Minister on two issues. We have a challenge of our Ugandans who get visas and then they get issues abroad, like we have talked. And in all our consular diplomatic offices, we do not have lawyers. And you find when a Ugandan commits a crime, they charge them according to the laws of the other country. And in most cases, Right Honorable Speaker, you find even the languages and the system. I'll give an example, Right Honorable Speaker, of a country like Dubai, the Emirates. Let me just use the Emirates, Right Honorable Speaker. They basically use Sharia law. And you find that our people from Uganda who are used to our secular systems that do not know about the Sharia law find it very difficult to face these courts. Does government have any plans of supporting these categories of Ugandans? Because I know people who have been in prison For more than 10 years, somebody is put in a cold prison. They have cold prisons and warm prisons. So depending on the crime, this is happening. So what is the negotiation? What is the plan that you have as government to support these Ugandans who are in these countries and who are suffering? And then, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is the high time we have different forums in Parliament. I think we have, just 1 second, we get a forum in Parliament that takes care of labor exports, because this is something now very big in Uganda that we need to debate.
Forums are a creation of members. You can create one, so that's not an issue for the floor.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shadow Minister, Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mwada Nkunyinji, Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, as earlier noted by this Parliament and as opposition, we strongly caution ourselves as Parliament and as opposition as to the whereabouts of the Cabinet Minister for Foreign Affairs, General J.J. Odongo. His whereabouts are unknown, and little wonder we are in a mess.
Honorable Member, Honorable J.J. Odongo informed my office that he will not be in office for some time due to health issues which he was handling. So, and the minister is here. Yeah. But it's also important for you to always look out for your colleague. Yeah? Instead of coming here on the floor. Okay?
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister's statement conveniently covered diplomatic and service passports or passport holders and did not consider an elaborate attempt to account for the inconveniences faced by Ugandans holding ordinary passports. Similarly, the minister's statement was short of elaborating more of efforts and attempts to strengthen the ranking of holders of a Uganda passport. As we stand, our passport is ranked in terms of acceptance and ease. Little wonder we are having the now challenge to do with the visa and visa applications. Right Honorable Speaker, there are some countries which are exempt and whose nationals are exempt to come to Uganda, but they require us a visa. They require holders of Uganda passport or passport holders for Uganda to acquire a visa. I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to do more negotiation to ensure we have reciprocity in terms of passports.
Sure.
Where too, the ministry would have come up and negotiated or briefed this Parliament as regards bilateral agreements being negotiated in line with equitable consideration. Those who have easy access and free access to Uganda should accord us free access to their countries. Equally, as raised by senior legislator, when it comes to the East African region, ordinarily the citizens could cross border using a national ID, but we have countries even within East Africa where you can't cross with the Uganda national ID, whereas Uganda accords them fair and free entry. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring it to the attention of Parliament that I've interacted with some diplomatic missions, and there is a concern that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does not respond to diplomatic notices and communications from these diplomatic missions, even to do with passports and visas. Equally, they are raising concerns that diplomatic notices, and this explains instances why sometimes even government officials and holders of service passports are denied visas, that diplomatic notices are now for sale at our foreign ministry. We are receiving this feedback from diplomatic mission, that the response and communication channels from our foreign ministry and diplomatic missions has been almost closed down. The ministry is doing nothing to ensure they respond or communicate to these particular missions. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we are urging the Foreign Affairs Ministry to negotiate further with the countries of the world. A member raised a matter to do with the United States of America. We can negotiate for longer visas, like other countries in the region have done. Kenya have negotiated, Rwanda have negotiated. What is the problem with the Uganda Ministry of Foreign Affairs? We need an negotiation undertaken so far to ensure that we have longer visas for our nationals. It is possible. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Shadow Minister. Now, Honorable Minister, we have people who have destroyed the image of our country, also have contributed on us being denied visas. Association leadership. And he goes, he says, he reaches in a country. If I go back to my country, they will hang me. Okay? So I can't leave. Because in Uganda, the regime kills people, the regime, and they want to stay. And the reason, they don't know they are destroying the image of the country. Some of them, they claim, you know, me, I'm a homosexual. Yeah? They are the ones who have terrorized the people's families, breaking families, sleeping with people's daughters, and what? They go the other side. They claim I'm homosexual if I go back to Uganda. Those people have, some of them, before you're given visas. They are destroying opportunities for people who are clearly genuine. What are you doing about it? And I can give you an example. We have the gentleman from Israel, whom I introduced here, under their program, Agro Studies, have been taking 250 students from Uganda to Israel. Each student in the end earns, in 1 year of study practicals, earns around 50 million. And they come back and they do business. Now students linked up with the organized sales of criminals. They started claiming political persecution, claiming homosexuality, claiming what? And the Israeli government has written saying they are going to reduce our numbers from 250 to 50. Yes, and if we don't change, they are going to cancel Uganda starting next year. Uganda will no longer be sending students to Israel. Because some of them are from my area. And they reached and said, I said, but you have never even voted. So which kind of political persecution? And some go because of online, now many online social media accounts. So yes, so they go, they list on dating apps of homosexuals. Then they create an online publication right away, write stories of how they were reading campaigns of senior opposition leaders. and so I don't know, Honorable Minister, because they are destroying the image of the country. They are destroying opportunities for others. Now the genuine people are being denied the chance. What are you doing about that problem, Honorable Minister? Because I talked to one of the ambassadors, he told me that's the solution. He said, out of the people you take, you give visas genuinely, like a country like Canada. That's why they are delaying to even give us our visas. Because most of those who go, they don't want to come back after claiming those many issues. So with those, Honorable Minister, you can give us responses. We go to the next item. Honorable Kabanda, when a commissioner has spoken, a shadow minister has spoken, and the saying is saying you have just come, then we don't allow you to speak. Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the colleagues for their contributions. They have been of very immense value, and where we can make a contribution as a ministry, we'll pick and add to our agenda of furthering progress. However, I would like to state the following general statements, Right Honorable Speaker, for clarity. Number one, it is important for all of us to first of all read and understand the national policies of countries in question for where we are seeking for visas. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that most of the countries now have put their visa applications online. I don't think there is any known to me country where you are required to travel to the embassy of the mission to fill in a handwritten application. Most of the applications are online. Now, that online application has terms and conditions which you must read clearly and understand. And I want to thank the Honorable Aisha Kavanda for this information. One of the first items you need to look out for is the processing fees for visa. They will tell you it is non-refundable. So those are rules of engagement. So you begin to engage while knowing very clearly that this is non-refundable. Mr. Speaker, in my statement, I said the engagement bilateral other countries for purposes of facilitating visa processing. When we engage, we need to do a reciprocal approach. So the first question is, for you in Uganda, do you really refund when you don't grant visas? The answer is no. We as Uganda, as a country, when we deny a visa application, we do not refund. The principle of reciprocity. So I just wanted to make this abundantly clear for us as leaders, so that when we are really debating, we don't debate in vain. There is nowhere you have read the terms and the conditions, and by the way, there is even a provision for accept. You click accept and you proceed. So you do it well knowing you're not going to get a refund. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, like I alluded to in the beginning, the issue of issuance or denial of a visa is a sovereign right of the country in question. And Mr. Speaker, may I also add that no country is under obligation to inform the applicant why they have denied or granted you a visa for security reasons. For colleagues to understand, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for example, in Uganda, is not responsible for issuance of visas. And in many other countries, the issuance of visas is a preserve of homeland security. Yes, like members have alluded to, we would ordinarily be moving, like in the East African arrangement. Ordinarily, we would be using our identity cards to travel between the members. However, because of the and therefore, when you are denied the visa, because of security concerns, nobody is going to tell you that we have denied you because you are linked to a terrorist. No, they want to withhold that you also test the probability of their decision. So we need to get this abundantly clear from the onset. Mr. Speaker, the honorable colleagues who have submitted have also touched on issues of consular services. Consular services, first of all, let me give a disclaimer, Mr. Speaker. Under Rule 48 of our Rules of Procedure, in respect to supplementary questions, Sub-Rule 3 provides that all supplementary questions must resonate with the answer given to the original question. I would therefore like to give a disclaimer on labor exports, such that maybe we can have another chance to bring a comprehensive statement in respect, because it wasn't an attendant question to the answer at hand. But in respect to consular services, I know we have so many Ugandans who are under distress in many countries wherever they are living, leave alone those who are for labor export. However, Mr. Speaker, one member alluded to the fact that we recently passed a budget. I want you to revisit the graph of the budget for Ministry of Foreign Affairs in a backward trend, in reverse order, and look at for the last 5 years, it has been on a declining trend. And yet the demands of Ministry of Foreign Affairs in respect to consular services have always featured as a component for funding, and we have not done that. The Speaker, I think it's high time that now all of us realize the concern, the importance of consular services abroad, so that we can really beef up the budgets of our missions abroad. The Speaker, recently we visited Abu Dhabi and Dubai. I think this is where we have, and UAE, this is where we have the biggest number of our people who are.
Honourable Minister, try to conclude.
Who have exported the labor. Countries are extremely under immense pressure to accommodate even what we didn't budget for or what is not financed. So we'll be coming back later, Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, to request for supplementaries to handle. But by and large, there's one question which had been asked by the Honourable Mooma in respect of creating a desk. You know, if you look at our missions abroad, we're operating lean just because of the budgetary constraints. We cannot afford under our budget as of now. We can afford to finance it. Probably we shall be making proposals in the following financial year to cater for some of these. However, for now, we still insist and ask Ugandans who travel, both officially and unofficially, that whenever they get out there, let them register with our consular missions and embassies, purposes of tracking when trouble hits. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I would also like to stress that application of a visa is a matter of an individual applying and the country in question. Ministry of Foreign Affairs can never interfere. That would be called an interference in respect to helping you process a visa. That is a personal issue. Actually, if we did that, we would be interfering in the sovereign matters of the other state. So I wanted to make this abundantly clear to all of us that for anybody to say Minister of Foreign Affairs will jump in to assist an applicant, that's very wrong. But in respect to students, those who are seeking medical attention, wherever we have gotten to learn about, Mr. Speaker, we have always intervened and the cases are very clearly enumerated. With those many remarks, I really want to thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank all the colleagues who have engaged. I know we're on track. We have done something. A lot remains to be done, but I want to assure you we are on track for progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Is visa free. I think you need to cross-check the update, but also in your list, Swaziland changed the name to Eswatini. It's very important. These are very important for you to note, so that at least we have the record very clear. Thank you, honourable members. These issues we shall go on, but overall, honourable minister, we want you to negotiate more, but we appreciate the work you've done. We just want you to negotiate more, which is not bad. Issues of your budget, for example, some of the officers say they are in mission is just earning huge money by the rook of salaries. Of course, the other side is very expensive, but they are not facilitated to do most of the work, especially like on diaspora issues. Also the issue, the Chair of Foreign Affairs, please take note. There is the issue of our serving officers in missions abroad, the allowance they get for education of their children, 2,500. It's extremely, yes, because you tell someone take a child to Washington. I found, for example, in Canada, there is an officer. Her mind is here because she brought a child. She couldn't afford education for the child. The child had to come back to Uganda, but an officer is crying every day. The child is crying on phone. And the overall, I think, money you needed was around 2.8 billion, Honourable Minister, to top up, to meet their requirements. So the committee of Foreign Affairs should look into that issue. Annually, 2.8 billion colleagues. It's not much to reunite families, for sure. We should be looking at it. No, honorable, your issue, you'll continue engaging the minister. You see, he's a diplomat, issues which he has avoided directly here, especially involving countries which we've mentioned. You know, it can cause something. So let's continue engaging him. So let's go to our colleagues. The Minister of Health requested me that we do the issue of malaria on Thursday.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, you have rightly said you requested that we should come here and make a very comprehensive statement about eradication of malaria in Uganda by 2030. All right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I know all of you are interested in this because at one time you have had an intruder in your homes, bedrooms, everywhere in the form of a mosquito. And I'm sure you would be interested to have a long time of debate. I just came here, Right Honorable Speaker, to reassure you and reassure the honorable colleagues that definitely on Thursday we shall come here and make that comprehensive response to allow even members to debate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Clerk, ensure that is item number 3 on Thursday. Make it item number 3 on Thursday. Honorable, I'm the one on the floor, I'm in charge. Am I proceeding wrongly? So, in the interest of time, save me. Okay.
Item?
No, the next item, number 5, I've also referred it to tomorrow. It's going to be done tomorrow. So I need us to handle item number 6, clerk.
Item 6 on the order paper, a response by the Minister of Public Service on the delayed payment of pension gratuity, interest, provident fund, and other terminal benefits to the former employees of the East African community.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg your indulgence to summarize this response because it's been with us on our iPads for quite some time, and also in the interest of time. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the response regarding that item, the status of payment of pension, gratuity, stroke refund of the Provident Fund to former employees of the defunct East African community, raised by Honorable Samuel Opio Achuti. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of background, the East African community operated their own pension scheme managed by the Crown agents, and it was independent of the state governments. And the scheme, of course, was provided for under the East African Community Pension Act. Upon the collapse of the East African community in 1977, the Crown agents failed to honor the pension benefits of its members. Now, the implication of this was that members of the scheme lost their pension rights, and therefore the former employees of the defunct East African community remained at the mercy of their respective governments.
Fortunately, the respective governments decided to take up the pension issue. And in the case of Uganda, the issue was taken up under Decree number 6 of 1978. And then the government set up a committee, the Adrian Sibo Committee, to make sure that it works out all the requirements that were needed for people who are eligible for pension under the East African was produced. It was an interministerial report, a technical committee report, really bring out of the former Ugandan employees. That was in June 2000. And that report was quite comprehensive. It includes really a list of all those people who are eligible. Now, it was found out in that report, there were some members who had not served the mandatory 10 years to qualify for pension. So it was recommended that those are given a lump sum payment. And the other legal provisions were also mentioned in the report. The Pensions Act provides for a qualifying period of 10 years of continuous service for pension. Those were others who had not served for 10 years. So those ones qualified for the lump sum payment. And this was a decision that was taken at the high level. However, some of them decided to go to court, claiming that they qualified for pension. And their argument was that, yes, the fact that they did not serve 10 years was not their fault. Whatever happened regarding the collapse of the East African community amounted to abolition of office, and therefore they should be considered for pension. However, the High Court ruled that what happened was not abolition of office. It was a collapse of the community. Therefore, their case in court did not hold water. So they should have been paid regarding their lump sum claim. The delay in payment was the result of budgetary constraints. And also the Auditor General established that there was mispayment arrangement. So all in all, most of the claimants were actually settled, except for 47 members. Now, these 47, the Ministry of Public Service managed to retrieve 16 files of the 47 files of the claimants. And the remaining 31 files, up to now as we talk, have not been retrieved yet. We are still looking at our archives. By the Criminal Investigation Department during the investigation of the pension scam in 2012. And when they went to the office of the Criminal Investigation Department, they were not unfortunately returned. However, the 16 claimants whose files were retrieved have, as we talk now, been fully paid. And the other categories of claimants have also been paid. The monthly pension to the former employees who are still alive and who served for the qualifying period of 10 years is being paid, really, according to the Pensions Act. And as we talk today, by April 2022, 485 pensioners who are alive are receiving their monthly pension, which is quite substantial, amounting to 1.9 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, gratuity stroke provident fund settlement.
But Honorable Minister, you said you are summarizing.
Yes.
The statement you sent. I think go on the conclusion.
So for conclusion, gratuity and the provident fund settlement, although that one has been paid fully and settled, the gratuity provident fund settlement, that is members who are paid according to the general fund services, that has been fully settled. Now, gratuity pension for members of the East African Posts and Telecommunication, the 38 files were incomplete by 2000, but later on information was covered, and these have been settled fully. The East African Railways Corporation, this one has also been settled fully. Then the East African Harbors and Cargo Corporation, the outstanding liabilities as we talk now have been settled fully. And the East African Airways Corporation, yes, these have also been settled. And then the payment of arrears and balances plus interest and other court awards, which were verified by the Ministry of Public Service. For those that have been verified, they have been settled. Those, it's only a few that have not yet been verified, and those have not been settled yet. So, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like really to note the status so far of payment of pension and gratuity for the former employees of the East African community employees. And also to note, the status that there are few members whose verification is not yet complete and payment to them is still pending, but the effort to verify is going on. However, those out of the 47, the 31, they have been advised really to contact the Ministry of East African Affairs so that at least the process of verification can be completed. And as soon as it is completed, Right Honorable Speaker, these members will be paid. I beg to respond. Thank you.
Supplementary. This is the member who raised the matter, so he has the right of.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank also the Minister for the response that he has given on the payment status for the East Africa community former employees. I have a few supplementary questions that I want to raise to him. He has stated in his communication that Crown agents failed to honor the retirement. The government had to take up that role. I would like the minister to clarify further, because I have with me a document from Crown agents which was written to one of the former employees when they inquired about their pension funds. And what it stated briefly was that I can confirm that Crown agents paid the government of Uganda all outstanding funds connected with the East Africa community. Secondly, the minister also states in his response that unverified persons were the ones, people who did not report are the ones who are not paid. I have with me an advert from the Ministry of East Africa Community Affairs, which is dated 21st February 2022, that is this year. And it is an advert for payment of gratuity and pension arrears for the former employees of the defunct East Africa community. There are about 293 names that are listed here who are being invited to come for verification. However, there was a statement that said, if your name is not listed, please do not come. You will be informed when your turn comes. What I'm saying is that the issue about people not reporting is not because they fail to report. It's because they were never given the opportunity to present themselves for verification. The 47 names that I presented, they have several times presented themselves for verification, but they have been denied because their names are not there. The third question, the other issue that I want to ask him, he has also said that all the verified persons were paid. I have again another advert that appeared on 26th April on the New Vision 2021. And these were people who were called to go for verification. That was last year. And there's one named Owani David, went for verification, provided all the documents, but he hasn't been paid up to date. Lastly, as I go into the list that you have presented, maybe just to bring to this August House, I presented a list of 47 names of claimants who have not been paid and asked the minister to verify on their status. The response is that only 16 names are available. The 31, the records are not available. And I want to ask the minister, is it an issue of missing information or hidden information? Because this information, let me just finish, because all this information that we provided to you was obtained in the last 3 months from the Ministry of Public Service in a big black book register, which has them. So I'm surprised that you're not able to tell us the fate of the other 31, yet the records are obtained from there. Lastly, also, on this same report, you state that all the persons, the 16, were paid. I want to interest this House on this list because we're all aware that there was a pension scam in which persons did not receive their money. I'll give an example. You've listed the name Akora Habat. He was actually paid to a fictitious person in the names of Wabire Lazarus. This matter was in the Public Accounts Committee. So the issue is not whether government paid the money. The issue is whether the bona fide recipients received their benefits. That is the issue that I'm raising here. Another issue on this same list that he has presented, I just want to read just 2 names very quickly. When you look at, for example, they indicate they were paying calculated in dollars. They indicated $174 was equated to 160,000. $289 was equated to 269,000. So the exchange rate at that time was about 1,000 shillings. But on this list that you've said they have completed payment, there are 2 names at least. One is Frederick Ogwal, $13,559. It was converted to 1,164,000 shillings. And you're saying that the payments have been completed. Another example is Okidi, $8,649, converted to 692,000 shillings. And we are saying the payments have been completed. The payments have not been completed, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, it's not only just on that. If you look at the name Akora Haba, they're given the list of 3,969. But there's again another list from the same ministry that is saying that his payments was actually supposed to be $5,500. So the issue, Right Honorable Speaker, of payment of the former employees has not been completed. In 2020 December, there was a report that was made by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development upon a petition from the lawyers of these persons. And when they did an investigation where they gave an internal auditor general, they found that actually 552 employees of the former East Africa community have not been paid a total of $4.13 million, both pension and gratuity. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, when the pension scam occurred and the public officers were convicted, justice was served to the government, but justice has never been served to the victims of that scam itself. And therefore, the ministers proposed that they should report those who have not been verified. But Right Honorable Speaker, this is the third time this matter is coming. I want to propose my prayers that one, rather than report, let the ministry go to all the different regional centers across the country and verify these people. These are elderly people, they are sickly. If you ask them to report here, they don't have the funds. And what the ministry has been doing, they've been advertising on newspapers. Most of them don't read these newspapers. They can't even afford them. But secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that this matter be referred to the Committee of Public Service. Because just like the issue of energy, we've talked about it, we are not going to get solutions by statements. The committee must sit and do a full evaluation, investigation, and establish this matter. It has been 45 years. Justice has not been served to these people. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. It's only the member who raised the matter that has the right to speak on the matter.
Right, I beg that I lay this information.
Please lay on table. The problem, Honorable Opio said that let him finish, and the moment he finishes, then you can't speak, because your information is supposed to enrich his submission. So please, Honorable colleagues, please, colleagues. Honorable, I know you have a relative who has, now I'm getting you. Now, colleagues, in what the minister submitted, I had a statement that Honorable Minister really put me back to say that people have not been paid because during investigation, a government department picked files, took them, and now the minister could not access files. And because of that, you cannot pay people. Now, government picked files of government, sat on them, and people are victimized, and then they are the ones losing. Please give me that information. It seems really.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and greatly. I had my late brother, our firstborn, who was one of those who I meant to be beneficiary. I had an electrical engineer who worked with Honorable Wachikona. Right Honorable Speaker is one of those, because when the matter came, I followed up with the public service and the Ministry of East African Affairs. We're told the file is nowhere to be seen. So the family now is suffering because of the weaknesses of government side. So with those cases now, Honorable Minister, how are you going to help such families? That's a living example of someone who worked and there is no record. How do you expect that family to benefit?
Okay.
That is a flight engineer, Okweche John.
Members, I'm referring this matter to the Committee on East African Affairs. That's a relevant committee. And I want it to be clear. Number one, the committee must visit the regional centers. The committee must visit the regional centers where those old people are. We can say the regions, I don't know, will be guided where it might be a Guru or Mbarara or the few centers. And then it must run adverts in media, but also inform members when they are going to that region, so that if there is a member who has people of that nature, is able to inform those members. Before going to a region, please inform members in writing as a committee that you are going to come to this region and these are the issues you're going to be handling. You give a clear notice. And then Honorable Minister, Honorable Pio, and Honorable Pio, I must commend you, colleagues. We have been suffering to explain. We don't need to explain it further. Whenever it happens, I will go and say, please go to the Hansard and look for the submission of Honorable Pio. I will say, look for the submission of Honorable Pio somewhere, how he presented his case. Even no one was trying to interfere. Everyone was listening attentively because he took time in an attentive. He even went beyond the time, but I didn't know. So that's what it means. It's a classic example of submission after making research. So, and the committee is given 1 month. I think 1 month is enough to come back here and make a comprehensive report. Honorable Minister, please avail your technical people. Let it be from CID to what they should all appear. Where did the government file go? Government took a file. What if someone says you are trying to kill the case? You didn't want to pay me. That letter from Crown agents, it can be verified. We can engage Crown agents. They confirm indeed if they gave that money. But we must go through list by list of people who the minister is saying they were paid. Kumbe, they paid wrong elements. Okay? They paid wrong elements. And he made a very important statement. He said, when PAC and the government went to court, justice was served to government. But when justice was served to government, the victims were forgotten completely. So now we as representatives of the people, our focus is going to be on the victims to ensure that indeed they are paid. So in 1 month's time, I want the committee to report back to this house. Next.
Item 6.2, response by the Minister of Public Service on the non-payment of salaries for teaching staff by Lila, Guru, and Arua cities.
Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, regarding this issue.
Can I have a clear copy? Mine is empty.
Oh.
Honorable Minister, go on. My staff will handle.
Right Honorable Speaker, regarding that issue, as we talk now, we have confirmed with the cities that apart from the city of Gulu, all the employees of the other cities have been paid their salaries, including their arrears. It's only Gulu city that has not paid a few of the teachers as they are waiting verification at their former vote. The salaries really. Inability to pay resulted from the failure to migrate, it was really technical, to migrate eligible records from the district payroll to the city payroll on time. But as we talk now, this problem has been largely resolved.
Largely or fully?
Except for Guru. Okay. But the rest of the cities been solved. That's why I'm saying largely resolved.
So when
Thank
are
you
we
very
sorting out to Guru, Honorable Minister?
Guru, I can say, because there is every effort is now being made to make sure that this little hitch is covered. And I can conveniently say that, yes, by the time we come to the payment of salaries, end of this month, this will be resolved.
Please, Honorable Minister, once it's done, update the House so that this is sorted. Honorable Margaret Rabshisha is around? Rope, since Rabshisha is not around,
Mr. Speaker, I'm also in agreement with the minister with this one. They have done something good apart from Guru with a few teachers. But what we are saying is that as a government, you should recruit the administrative units to avoid such anomalies. Why don't you make a feasibility study? These are mega anomalies that can be avoided, other than bringing them to Parliament and keeping us here. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Next.
Item
No,
6.3.
Honourable member, you know, you only ask for clarification when a minister is on the floor and he grants it. So since he's off the floor, you cannot ask for clarification. That one you would need it from me. These are simple rules of debate here and procedure.
Item 6.3, response by the Honourable Minister of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs on the inadequate sanitation services in Kampala City.
Honourable Minister, Kampala City.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Response regarding the public sanitation service in Kampala District. All right, Honourable Speaker, Kampala Capital City Authority is mandated to provide safe sanitation facilities in the city, Section 35 of the KCCA Act 2010 and Section 55 of the Public Health Act. On 4th May, Honourable Aloysius Mukasa, representing Ruaga South Division, Ruaga South Division, Kampala, rose on a matter of national importance regarding the inadequate sanitation services in Kampala, more particularly toilet services to urban slum dwellers. Right, Honourable Speaker, this is the background in regard to the issue raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament, Ruaga South, and I wish to inform members as follows. We have community toilets and public toilets. A citywide census on sanitation facilities in 2017 and public toilet inventories conducted by KCCA and National Water and Sewage Corporation indicates that 70% of public toilets are privately owned. On average, 225 users KCCA managed free toilets. This is more than 2 times the recommended standard of 100 users per staff. There are 790 community toilets. However, nearly 60% of community toilets are non-functioning, especially the community toilets have been built on different projects over the years and at times with support of development of partners. Number, the users of community toilets or household do not usually pay a fee to access the toilet. However, households may continue monthly or when requested towards operation and maintenance costs. So 60% of public toilets, both privately and public owned, do not charge user fee. Those that charge a user fee of 200 is paid on average. The people stance ratio in schools stands at 58/1 in KCC to 1 in public secondary schools against a standard of 40/1. If 9/1 against the standard of 25/1. 6% of transient population in Kampala, estimated at 120,000 persons, use 400 public sanitation facilities. The rest use institutional, commercial toilets at their places of work. The key issues affecting public sanitation facility services, the high traffic, insufficient number of public toilets, inadequate access of land to construct new facilities. All right, Honourable Speaker, this is very important because we lack land where we can construct toilets in Kampala district. Security of tenure given the land ownership in the city, which constrains the availability of land that can be utilized by public sanitation. Poor management of community toilets. Nearly 60% of community toilets are not functioning. Accessibility. Public toilets can only be accessed during their hours of operation, usually from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Limited budgets at KCCA to provide free access to public toilets in the city at only 14 public toilets blocks across the city. So that means we have only 14 public toilets in Kampala. 45% of public facilities are deemed unsatisfactory due to poor hygiene conditions. The Kampala Sanitation Improvement and Financing Strategy. The overall aim of the Kampala Sanitation Improvement and Financing Strategy is to guide citywide planning and investment towards achieving equitable and universal access to improved sanitation, hygiene, safe management and fecal sludge, and sewage along the entire sanitation chain in Kampala by the year 2030. The strategy addresses all aspects of the sanitation chain, namely containment, household, KCCA and private schools, KCCA health centers and private clinics, public sanitation facilities, emptying and transport, fecal sludge management and sewage, including treatment of fecal sludge and wastewater and resources recovery and reuse. Additionally, the strategy takes into consideration the impact of the transient population from the surrounding districts of Mukono and Wakiso in Kampala sanitation system. We have strategy proposed to change the current situation at household level. Honorable Speaker, in the last 10 years, with partners have constructed 462 group washing facilities and 126-foot operated washing sanitation stations in various primary schools and healthy facilities. When we go to open defecation, among our strategies, will be eliminated by provision of affordable and modern public toilet facilities located at strategic locations. It is important that stakeholders join in the KCCA on a massive campaign on sensitization and the awareness of holistically address the situation. And when we talk about schools, 74% of primary and 85% of secondary KCCA schools do not meet the national standard of the pupil to students ratio of 40:1, and only 43% of KCCA schools have water and soap for hand washing. The strategy claims to achieve the national standard by constructing 250 additional stances annually until 2030. Additionally, a concerted effort to improve hygiene and hand washing practices in schools.
Honorable, allow a minister to finish presentation, then you can seek a clarification.
No, it's not. I'm summarizing. I'm not reading everything.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not reading everything.
Just Honorable Minister, you are not supposed to respond to a member who is not on record.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
Now you are out of order to engage with Solomon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But summarize, because
right,
we have this
Speaker, in the last 10 years, KCCA with partners have constructed 112 toilet blocks with 1,112 toilet stances in various primary schools. This translates to 111 stances per year against a target of 150 per year. 100% of these facilities have been put up with partner support. Honorable Speaker, KCCA with partners is constructing waterborne toilets and hand washing stations within 8 selected KCCA health centers. And in that we have public sanitation facilities for fecal sludge collection and transport. We have investment costs. The investment cost by household to build toilets conforming to KCCA standard is estimated to be 109, either in terms of low interest loans or partial subsidies to facilitate demand. Right Honorable Speaker, majority of the investment in sanitation are funded by partners. Government of Uganda investment in sanitation is approximately 880 million. The funding gap as per the strategic plan is 600 billion. This one was 600 billion. I'm sorry for that. It was 680 billion. The funding gap as per the strategic plan is 600 billion over the next 10 years. These toilets are we have KCC manages this company contracted and supervised by KCCA. We have one toilet in New Tax Park, another New Tax Park 2, one Degea Wing A, one Degea Wing B, Bombo Road, Watoto Church, Centenary Park Toilet, Usafi Toilet, Usafi Market Toilet, Entebbe Road Toilet, Constitutional Square Ladies Wing, Constitutional Square Gents Wing, Nakawa Market 1, Nakawa Market 2. NB, Constitutional Square Ladies Wing Toilet has been demolished and a new facility is under construction by the KCCA Citywide Inclusion Sanitation Project. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I thank members for giving me the time to present to Parliament on this subject, which is meant to address the prevention of diseases that would occur as a result of poor solid waste management and disposal that have implications on production and service delivery in the city. The country needs a healthy and productive population. It is my prayer that the different stakeholders join hands with KCCA to manage the issues of sanitation and solid waste management. Annex A, right Honorable Speaker, indicates that in the list of proposed new public sanitation facilities under National Water and Storage Corporation, then Annex B also indicates those under renovation. We are going to put up new structures for toilets in Kampala district. I beg to.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Members, this is not a matter for debate or what? It's yes. You know it. Whenever it's a response to a member, only the member who raised the matter has the right. Okay? So Honorable Rogers, Honorable Rogers will speak on this matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I also thank the Minister for the vaguely doctored kind of facts that have been presented before Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it should be brought to the Parliament's attention that 4.5 million Ugandans are being observed during daytime in Kampala, and whereby she has factually also stated it that 16 toilets have so far been constructed by KCCA to accommodate a number of 4.5 million Ugandans, I think, which is very much insufficient and very much disappointing. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my kind of prayer is that can the Honorable Minister try to avail Parliament with the kind of procedures or maybe solutions through which the KCCA is going to be very much able to construct those toilets such that our very good community cannot go on very much like as in vicinity that has been going on, being infected with diseases, because you understand that most of our community members are the vulnerable class, the uneducated, and most especially kids. So 70% of my constituency is a slum. And I wouldn't very much object to anyone who can refer Kampala to a very big slum, because it is very much evident not only Rivaga South, but most parts of Kampala. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, she has also openly stated that her budget is always frustrated. So is there any other solution through which she can maintain or maybe acquire funds that KCCA might be very much able to buy land so that we may construct toilets, because that's very much fundamental. And Right Honorable Speaker, I think I may submit that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This matter, no, the rope is not, no, these are not matters even where the rope has a substance. They are very clear matters. They have people who raised them. Honorable colleagues, this is a matter which I require the Committee on Presidential Affairs to ensure that they follow up so that they look at it deeply when they are processing the Ministerial Policy Statement and report from KCCA and during the budgeting process. I adjourn the House to tomorrow, Tuesday at 2 p.m. Wednesday for correction. Thank you. It's been a long day.